Good evening, everyone. Welcome. Today is 12 May. Regular commission meeting. Time is 6 p.m. Going to do things just slightly different this evening. Starting off with welcome and call to order. On the welcome side, I would like to address a few things. Hopefully clarify a few things. So to start off with, I think most of you were under the impression we were pretty much done with the JPA. I know I was. And then we recognized the fact that there is an ordinance that has to go along with that to solidify the JPA, which is a part of this process. So it has to be voted on. It has to be publicized for 2 weeks, and we'll start that process tonight. So with that said, I just wanted to let you know, we thought it was done, but we're not quite there yet, but we're getting close, and we're gonna make a concerted effort to get there. So with that, I'd like to read this to you, and I wanna read it so I don't miss any parts of it. It's to help clarify things that has occurred over the last week or so. So first, I'd like to say, I want to address the confusion and concern surrounding the recent events involving my role as your elected representative. In simple terms, the town did not recognize the retirement extension I submitted on 6 May, which later resulted in disabling access to my official town email. This created the false impression that I had vacated my seat here, and that's the thing that I wanted to make sure everyone understood. I did not walk away. I told you that I was going to stick with this, and that's what I intended to do. We ran across a little roadblock, and we got past that. So let me make sure that everyone understands that. I have not vacated my position. To ensure the public was fully aware of the fact, I submitted a press release yesterday so everyone will know I kept my word to see this through. And that means a lot to me, folks. Keeping my word means a lot. I don't intend to retire until the Fire and EMS Joint Powers Agreement and the funding ordinance are fully adopted, executed, and secured through the appropriate state authorities. So obviously I'm here now. With that said, there appeared to be a general misunderstanding and maybe a misapplication of the statute along with the communication gaps that led to the issues of concern. Yesterday, several commissioners reached out to me along with the town manager to discuss the situation. The result is my computer access has been restored and we now have a unified approach to the way forward. Commissioner Miller was one of those commissioners that reached out to me, is fully committed to helping me see this completely through. I fully believe the town staff is equally committed. Public safety is far too important to risk not having adequate fire and EMS support services. The future of our community really depends on it. I deeply appreciate the overwhelming support from the members of the community and the concern many of you have expressed to me. Your voices matter, and your engagement reflects how strongly our residents value transparency, accountability, and responsive government. I was elected to represent the will of the people. That was why I took the oath, folks. I will continue to stand with that premise. Also, my focus remains where it has always been, protecting the people of Edgewood, ensuring these critical fire and EMS agreements are completed properly and responsibly. Well, I'd also said that the town staff is behind this, and I had a great conversation with the town manager, and to my understanding, we're good. Everything's good. Is there any concerns or any issues you'd like to bring up before we move forward?
There are none.
Okay, thank you.
The town staff remains fully committed, as we always have, to completing the JPA and the ordinance that goes along with it.
Thank you.
Here.
Thank you.
Microphone.
So with that, for the folks that, we'll start the call to order. So please take the roll call vote.
Commissioner Brennan?
Here.
Commissioner Milligan?
Here.
Commissioner Reardon?
Here.
Commissioner Murillo?
Here.
Commissioner Taylor?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Okay. For those who would like to join us, please stand for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Almighty God, thank you for this wonderful day. Thank you for your blessings. We just ask for wisdom and discernment, and we ask that you guide us and lead us in all ways. May you bless this community and bless this town. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Z, a symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Okay, item B, approval of agenda.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Mario.
I move to remove items I, 1, 2, and 3, and to move item I4 to before item F.
What was the last one you said?
Remove item, to move I4 to before section F.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. Okay, we have a second. Any discussion? Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, public comment. Boy, it was angry, I guess. Here's a public comment. Oh, thank you. Okay, the first person up is Brandon Smith.
Good evening, commissioners and fellow citizens. I'm here to find out what's going on with the town commissioners. I have been at every meeting and have had several sit-downs with many of you all sitting here today to try to figure this JPA and get it squared away. I have recently heard that Commissioner Murillo has been trying to sway your all's decisions on this vote, which really disheartens me. I think maybe Commissioner Murillo should look and see who he's actually working for. We the people, which is what our Constitution says at the very top. Doesn't say Murillo, it says we the people. And I'm pretty sure you can see what the people have said. Not once in any of our meetings have you ever heard anybody say, I think we should go with our own fire department. That's a 20 million, very minimum expense. And that's up front. These boys from Santa Fe County have years and years and years of experience. I myself, again, I have retired from there, so I know them personally. But I guarantee you, if I was dying on this floor, it's these boys that I want to come and work on me. Because I know what they're capable of. I've seen it firsthand, and I've directed it. We have got to get this figured out. We've got to quit worrying about what is going on and start putting these folks' lives before anything else. Because it's these folks that are gonna go without a fire department. You have the 4th of July coming up. You're talking about a fire ban, right? What are you gonna do when fireworks start a fire? Who are you going to call? Because if we don't get this squared away, these boys ain't coming. So who are you guys gonna send? PD's not gonna be able to deal with it. Who are we gonna send? We've gotta get this figured out. We've gotta stop this backdoor politicking nonsense of trying to sway people's opinions. You guys work for us. That's all there is to it. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. As the mayor said, he is here because he works for us. He doesn't work for himself. We didn't vote anybody up there to have their own opinions. We voted you up there because you said you would follow what we wanted done. And that's what you need to do as an elected official. It's not what I want, it's what we want. We are the people. Our Constitution hasn't changed in 250 years, and it's not going to now. We the people. If we need to set up recalls, we can set up recalls. We can get somebody sitting in those seats that does what we the people want, not what they want. I'm past my time.
Thank you. Richard, it looks like B-N-A-S-H. I can't hardly make it out. Sorry. Okay. Bob Sturley, former Mayor Bob Sturley.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm so happy to see you there. I was really afraid we lost you, but I'm really happy. Once again, I stand before you to swear to you that when I signed that JPA in 2005, I and everyone else who signed the JPA believed that the words written there, which are, the town agrees to pay monthly to the county an amount equal to 1/4 of 1% of the gross receipts tax the town collects. And what that means is that only that portion of the gross receipts tax, the 25%, was to be paid to the county, not the other remaining parts of the JPA, of the GRT, just a quarter cent. That's what that means. Because when the town was incorporated, the county would no longer be able to obtain these funds. So JPA was established to replace that lost revenue to the county. Do you think this is not true? Do you think this is a lie? It's true. On another note, after you were elected, you took an oath in front of the judge to swear that you will support the U.S. Constitution and the state constitution. The state constitution says that people serving in public office are public trustees, and as such, they are expected to prioritize the welfare, safety, and long-term interest of the community. Voting against the JPA would cause the citizens of Edgewood to lose their home insurance, causing their homes to not be saleable, endanger their homes and their lives by lack of prompt fire and EMS services. If you vote against the JPA with the county, you will be violating the oath you took.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Jerry Powers?
Jerry Powers, Edgewood. Good evening. I want to thank Mayor Raridan for being here tonight. I know there was a lot going on, and there were some agenda items put on that would have forced retirement, and that kind of behavior, I think, should never happen in the town of Edgewood. And this sort of backroom maneuvering has really disheartened the public and lost trust for the commission. These kind of things should be brought out to the public. One good example of that is the town quit paying the EMS fire services in about, I think the last payment was October of 2024. That was never brought before the commission. A town manager does not have the authority to stop paying the bills. As a matter of fact, I've heard several commissioners talk about how they didn't know anything about it. And I find that doubtful over a period of almost 2 years that they wouldn't have known that the bills weren't getting paid on EMS. The statute under Commission Manager Government 31412 says that the powers of the municipality are invested in the commission. The commission shall perform all acts required for general welfare of the municipality. So paying the bills, certainly on something as important as fire, is part of the health, safety, and welfare and the general welfare of the municipality. So I've heard talk about, Commissioner Murillo talked about starting up our own fire department. And that besides not having the money to do it, it would cost twice as much annually to operate as we're paying Santa Fe County. But it also puts the town at extreme risk. Trying to stand up a brand new fire department in a matter of about 3 or 4 weeks is a ridiculous idea. It's just impossible. Mayor Raridan is the only one on the commission that has had actual experience in starting up a fire station. The one on Kirtland Air Force Base took years to get it to run properly. So playing with the health, safety, and welfare, which is the essential floor and duty of every commission, every state agency, playing with that health, safety, and welfare and putting people at risk is a ridiculous idea. So jeopardizing the JPA process by removing Mayor Reardon, or trying to, before the process could be completed. You know, I have an email here that he sent into the town on May 6th, and the subject says retirement extension, Reardon retirement extension. He had originally said the week of the 8th. On the 6th of May, before the 8th expired, he says the primary part of my floating retirement date was to ensure we secured and finalized this SFC Fire EMS JPA. Considering the final critical piece to JPA execution is passing the payment ordinance, a 14-day notice is required. It pushes out the commission vote to maybe as late as June 1. So he's fulfilling his duty, or trying to, and you all are trying to thwart the will of the public. Obviously, Mayor Reardon listened to the public at the last few meetings. Everybody heard that he was committed to doing what the public wanted, while some of you were trying to shut down public comment. So I find it disheartening. I think that behavior, you all ought to reform yourselves in terms of how you deal with the public and how you deal with each other. All of this should come out before the public. That's the process of commission manager. It will not work if some of you are persuading managers, putting pressure on them behind the scenes to do your own will, or a couple of you, instead of bringing everything out on an agenda. And that way it's transparent to the public. We all know what's going on, and you can get meaningful feedback from the public. Is that timer 2 minutes or 4 minutes? Okay. So I'm just going to say that the commission shall adopt an ordinance authorizing payment under the obligation of GRT Fire Services. That comes right out of the JPA agreement. If you don't adopt the ordinance, you're in violation of the agreement. And let me tell you, after what you guys have done with Santa Fe County, some of you come out in the newspapers picking a fight, talking about how they were holding a gun to our head right during negotiations. If you mess this up again, Santa Fe County's going to be done with us forever. And maybe some of you want that to start our own fire department, but the public does not want that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cheryl Hupperts?
Cheryl Hupperts, Edgewood. I agree a lot with Mr. Powers just said just now. I am glad that you commissioners evidently have talked to people and willing to let Mr. Reardon stay on, but the agenda did look pretty bad with you already looking for a new commissioner, and we haven't gotten this settled yet. And I do hope that you will pass that GPA. I haven't heard one resident who is against it, and it's what means the most to the public. I'm going to go off on a second thing. I hope that you pass tonight the resolutions on East and West Dinkle and Church Street. This is a great deal on both roads. Kudos to those who worked with DOT to get 95% paid on Dinkle and 75% on Church. I think this is a great deal, and I hope that by now we know how much money we have in our town, so maybe you can make a knowledgeable, Devin, commitment on that. I want to give a little history on Church. Santa Fe County was going to pave Church right before Edgewood became a town, but Church continues to be put on the back burner. It was about to be paved right before John Bassett was kicked out of office. The new government didn't like the engineer plan, so they had to redo it. That is where some of the money went. Then the state clawed back the money, but thanks for the town manager, I don't remember his name, but it was before Nina McCracken. He got it back. Unfortunately, prices have gone up, dwindling down how far the money we have will go. The first water crossing doesn't work very well, according to my conversation I had with Josh, our road manager department. So the next one really needs to be completed. This road is a major arterial road. We should be supporting Parker Farms, who has been there since 1973. People come from Albuquerque to buy their plants. Looks bad on Edgewood for people to drive down that dirty road, beat up road to get there. I was out there Saturday and Sunday, and it's just horrible. Saw a little gravel thrown at it, but it doesn't fix it. And then I think that's about it. So mainly the JPA. Let's get it passed.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Adrian Chavez?
My turn?
Yes, sir.
Adrian Chavez, Edgewood. As you can tell, the people of Edgewood are done tolerating the dysfunction you guys are causing. Instability and political games that continue to drag this town deeper into more crisis after crisis after crisis. This gentleman that spoke first, he stole my thunder. We the people are tired of this. You guys need to understand, and I come up here all the time asking for accountability. I'm not asking no more. We're damn tired of it, and we're going to be demand it. This is enough. There's no reason for this. You guys keep playing political games behind closed doors, trying to remove this man who has the most integrity I have seen on this damn dais in the last 2 years. Shame on you. What you're doing, you're sending a message to all of us and others that don't make it to these meetings, because these meetings are not set up for people that work in Albuquerque. People have been up here and asked you guys on numerous occasions to please move these meetings back so they can participate in our community functions. You guys are not listening. What is wrong with you? Enough. We see what's happening. We see the power. We see the power struggle. We see the division. We see the maneuvering. And we see the continued dysfunction that has plagued this town for years, continuing in real time as we speak. Enough is enough. Get your shit together.
Thank you. Ms. Jean DeMonte?
Jean DeMarty, Edgewood, New Mexico. Mike is an honest man with great integrity. His word means something. He publicly gave his word to stay until the JPA is finalized. If the four of you are honest men and your word means anything, then you will allow Mike to stay until this is finished. I won't feel safe until I wake up on July 1st, 2026, and Santa Fe Fire and EMS is still here. On a different subject, flock cameras. All the jurisdictions around us have them already. This is no longer should be an issue. I trust law enforcement, especially ours, to obey all the laws and to use the cameras and their data appropriately. I also found a demo on the internet, and I am satisfied that there is no facial recognition of people images and that it's only the license plate. Yet every single time a new camera gets put up, this is brought up all over again. If you don't want the flock cameras to track your license plate, then don't go into Albuquerque, don't go into Moriarty. If you don't want to be under surveillance, get rid of your smartphones, your tablets, your internet. Go back to a landline and get a job where you can work at home. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Teresa Benton. Okay, thank you. Ms. Patty O'Brien.
I don't donate my time to Linda.
Okay. Mr. Pat Murray.
Good evening, everybody. Pat Murray, Edgewood. Don't have a really lot to add to what everybody has been basically saying. Just here to support the JPA. I do want to address something that Mr. Taylor brought up in the April 28th meeting. That is where he basically challenged us as residents to show up. He basically embarrassed us and said, Gene is the only one who was showing up and he was tired of it. So we're here, I hear you. I personally tell you, I'm gonna try my best to make as many as I can. I ask everybody who's listening, everybody here, we gotta come because this is what keeps us in the know and it keeps us going. So we have to show up with these things. If you need to move them to 7 o'clock or 8, whatever it is that these, put out a survey, ask us, we'll come. But I can come, but people can't come super late or super early if it's early like that. So please help us help you. So the other thing that I'm going to add to just real quick is, Facebook, Nextdoor, tons of stuff out there. It's all negative. I'm sure you guys read it. It seems like it because when there's a real uproar with a lot of stuff going on social media, Y'all seem to have a great opening statement, so I love what the mayor said. I'm taking stock on what you said. What it sounds like, at least from our side of the bench, sounds like you're saying you're here until it's done. Is anybody up there going to shake their head no? Because we're here assuming that this is your time. If you don't believe in that, say it, because we believe that you're going to be here until this is done, because that's what we want, and we believe that that's fair. Write it out. So we hope that that y'all are going to be of your word. And I'm assuming too, also from your statement, it sounds like that you all are basically on board with signing the JPA. I know there's a couple things you got to go through, go out for public comment. What I'm hearing right now is y'all are on board with it, because it sounds like to us there's some little back door, somebody's got some personal missions. I don't know, Mr. Murillo, your name is out there. I don't know who to believe or what to trust. It's just crazy. But I will tell you, Mr. Murillo, that in the 428 meeting, you said to us, your own words, when you were talking for quite a while there, you basically said that you're all about transparency and that you want to be straight with us. So I'm begging you, please fulfill that then. You said that, not me. I'm just repeating it back. Please be transparent with us and be straight with us. If you have some other thing that you want to do, there's talk about you have buddies that want to have a fire department. We don't know what's going on. I don't know what the truth is. Just be straight with us. Tell us what's going on. But we need the JPA done. We can't play these shenanigans anymore. We understand there's more that's got to be done. So please let the mayor stay on. Please stop with all the shenanigans. If there are even shenanigans going on again, I don't know. I'm not sitting over there. I just know what I read on social media, which is probably half of it's crap. So I understand that. But actions mean everything. So get it done, please. I'm not going to bang on the table like the first gentleman, but I feel like it, but I'm not going to. So, all right, thank you for listening. I appreciate you guys being up there and everything you guys do.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Linda Burke.
I'll save my comments during public hearing for the ordinances.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Fernando, prior Commissioner Anaya.
You mean Rolando?
Yes. Did I say that wrong? Yes. I did. I apologize. Phil, how about that?
Thank you, Commissioners. As you all can see right here, that I have a few pages to read, and thank God that I don't have to read them tonight, because I don't think you really want to hear what was in my heart today. I was extremely disappointed in the form of government that we have sitting up here right now. I sat on this board as a commissioner for 4 years, and I tried extremely hard, along with former Commissioner Jerry Powers, to make sure that we had a very good working relationship between the state government, the federal government, and also along with Santa Fe County. And it took a lot of hard work to get their trust. We received their trust, and now everything that we did in earnest just got pissed out the window. Excuse my French, and that was the clean part of what I had to say. I'm going to tell you this right now, that the EMS that we have here is so important to the people of our community. Those guys saved my life personally, so I have a lot of great gratitude for them. 19 years ago, yesterday, I received a heart transplant. So I'm still up here today because they saved my life. And I do not want to hear or see or even hear any type of rumbling that you guys, again, are trying to start your own EMS, fire, and you want to get rid of Santa Fe County. Because if you do, I guarantee you, I will come back up here, and I will start reading all of this stuff that I have, and I will fight tooth and nail to make sure that this community does their job as your all's boss, and I'll make damn sure they fire each and every one of us. You understand that, right? That's how pissed off I am. And Devin, Commissioner Devin, I apologize because you weren't here, so I can't blame you. But the four of you guys, I've been behind closed doors. I know how it works. I know what you all have said. And if you continue with it, I'm going to bring it out in the open very clearly. So get your shit together and start acting like you want this community to survive. That's it, in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you. Former Councilor Linda Holly.
I donate my time to former Councilor Don Abrams.
Okay, the next person up is Bob Boylan. Sorry if I didn't get that right.
That's all right. Hi, Commission. My name's Bob Boylan. I'm one of the business owners at Verve. I'm here to support the flock cameras. The one lady brought it up. I think her points are quite valid. We're in an environment where pretty much you're seen everywhere, whether it's Ring cameras or your phone or whatever it may be. So I trust in our chief. I hope you guys know that when you're trying to retain staff, this type of instability or infighting is also issues. So that's a concern for me across the board. There's been a lot of staff changes constantly, and that's because there's not stability. So, but as far as the flock cameras go, I think that's a no-brainer. You guys should be in total support of that. Extend the contract when it comes up. We had to deal with a robbery, so if those cameras would have been in place prior to that happening, there's a good chance we could have had resolution. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mark Mall?
I said I had no comment this
Okay.
evening.
All right. Chris Maynard?
I don't have any comments. Thank you.
Okay. Bobby Dalton?
No.
Okay. Amanda Jasper?
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Amanda Jasper. I'm a citizen of the city of Edgewood for the last 3 years, the state of New Mexico for 35 years, and the United States of America for 46 years. What I see up in front of me is atrocious. I'm embarrassed to admit I voted for some of you. I will not be that gullible again. If the ordinance to fund the JPA does not get passed, it will be only a matter of a trail to determine who is profiting from it. Because this is profit motivated and power motivated. And I'm sorry and sad to say that I think that all of you should do a better job. It's sad. And the look on your face, sir, is disgusting. And I will stand here until my time is done and stare you down. For profit. Do better.
Thank you. Mr. James Harris?
I'll defer.
Okay. Ms. Audrey Harmeal?
Audrey Hadamio, Edgewood. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Manager. I do have a lot of different concerns, but I'll just keep it pretty short. first and foremost, I am very concerned about the budget, and I did see a post on social media this afternoon that had me concerned because it was a former employee and talking about our reserves that she saw were dwindling away. And so I am very concerned about that. And I know that many, many places throughout New Mexico and the country are struggling with retaining staff. There's a lot of turnover, and I always joke around and say that governmental accountants are like unicorns. They're super hard to find. And so whatever that is that you need to do to get them in place, whether it's a contract or hiring a much qualified person in governmental accounting, I think that that is like highest priority. Not executive assistants, but definitely in the accounting, because it's the foundation and cornerstone of everything that the town has to do. And I am just hearing that, just really concerned about the finances and the cash balances. And I hate to IPRA because it just creates more work. But at the same time, how else do we see that, right? Also, flock cameras, I am opposed to them. I think that, thank you. I saw a lot of comments online, and I think that in Edgewood, that's not the lifestyle we want of being watched. And I do understand the public safety concerns, definitely, but I think that would be a good place around I-40 for those types of things where people are coming on and off the freeway for that. In our country lifestyle, we don't want to be surveilled like in the city. So thank you.
Thank you. Miss Barbara Prince, I can't see the last part of that. How about Barbara P? No? Okay. Amber Sanchez?
I'm here for the introduction of the chief executive officer.
I think you're looking at the wrong sheet.
Okay. We'll hold off on that one. Okay. Okay. Miss Victoria Sanchez?
I am here in opposition of the flock cameras as a resident, business owner, and mother. As far as I know, there are 11 cameras, and 6 of those cameras bring true concern. 2 of them are located at the entrance of our neighborhood. This location is especially troubling because it's located at my son's bus stop. Monitoring him to and from school. It's even more concerning that these cameras are not owned or operated by a state, federal, or local government agency, but a private company. Who is making the decisions where these cameras are installed? Who fails to take into consideration the placement near questionable areas? Areas where people reasonably expect privacy to be respected. These are not minor oversights. We recognize the importance of maintaining safety in our community. We also believe safety and privacy are not mutually exclusive, and that true security includes protecting residents from unnecessary broad surveillance. Ultimately, Edgewood should not become a surveillance zone, so the funds should go to fire and EMS. Most of us chose this town to build a quieter life rooted in freedom, trust, and respect. 23% of these audit reasons are being removed. That's 1 out of 4. That's a concern. I respectfully ask the commission to address this issue and move 6 of the cameras located, 2 on Dinkle, 1 on Route 66 near a school. I would be inclined to even ask that they be removed. I appreciate your attention to this matter, and I ask that you take prompt action to protect the privacy, safety, and peace of the residents affected by this camera placement. I have a QR code and a petition for anyone who wants more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Eugene Barella? Okay. Mike Yoshimoto?
My name's Mike Yoshimoto, and I'm from Edgewood. I also oppose the flock cameras, but I have a little different perspective on the cameras. These cameras are adding data at a national level, which is basically becoming part of a digital control grid. When you bring all the data that's coming together, right now it's like compartmentalized, but it's all going to end up in one place, and that's where the problem's going to be. If just one person takes the time to dig a little bit deeper into this subject, then, you know, what I come here to speak tonight will have worked, will have done its thing. It's not so much about the local police, you know, having our data. We support the police, but they're not the only ones who have our data. And while, yeah, maybe I don't expect privacy cruising around in Edgewood, but I also don't expect my data to end up in Washington, D.C. and scattered across the country and in the federal government, you know? So I'm going to leave some paperwork wherever outside on the deal here, and if anybody's interested, knock yourselves out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. John Abrams?
Good evening again, Commissioners. Here we are. Basically about 50 days, give or take a nickel, from the stated end time of fire and EMS by Santa Fe County. And it looks to me an awful lot like the time is not quite enough anymore to complete the final task. So I'm hopeful that Santa Fe County is reasonable and understands that approval of a JPA is only one part of the process. I know they're quite well aware. One of the things, however, in that approval that I find a little disconcerting, maybe possibly problematic, is that on your May 1st agenda, when it was published 72 hours prior to your meeting, the JPA that was on there was preliminary. It was not the document you signed. Therefore, the public does not know what you signed. I do not know what you signed. I would highly recommend that you check your timing and you ensure that when you publish the ordinance, it is done in accordance with all the rules that go behind the publication of an ordinance. You might get away with it with the JPA, but you certainly will not get away with it with an ordinance. There are rules. You must learn them and use them. It is important because if you pass that ordinance and in any way, shape, or form do not follow the process and procedure, that ordinance could be deemed invalid in a court of law. I would hate to see that happen after all of this. That would not only be sad, it would also be expensive for all of us. If Santa Fe County decided, well, you guys didn't do it. It's not done right. It's after July 1st. We don't have to supply you guys with services anymore. Bye. I don't think you want that to happen. I know we don't want that to happen. So please pay very, very close attention to what you're doing. Another thing that has shown up, and it looks to me like Mr. Reardon is back in the center chair there, so yay. I did hear him say in the open meeting the last time I was here that he was going to stay until it was done. And I saw what was on your agenda, and I was a little concerned Concerned for a couple of reasons. First of all is I went through a council with 4 people on it. I know how that works. It doesn't. So if you guys have any intent on pulling somebody out or not putting somebody in and trying to conduct business, I suggest you think again. Very, very, very carefully. So, for tonight, I hope that you put together that ordinance post haste and that you call for the public hearing properly in the amount of time needed ahead of that meeting. And that in that meeting you do absolutely everything correctly. And if you don't know how, there are things to read, things to learn, and things to pay attention to. I would admonish you all, do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we have a few more folks on this list. I want to make sure we didn't miss anyone. I have Pratt, Brian, possibly? Okay, thank you. Sonia? Okay, thank you.
Well, I don't need much time, but I'm here to support the Flock camera system. It's not a speeding ticket thing. It's an investigative tool. So I'd encourage you to keep that. And I don't really know too much about the debate between the fire department. All I can say is that Santa Fe County Fire and EMS has been very good to myself and to my church.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Penfold? Okay. And the last one I have on the list is Ms. Jane Coing. Okay, all right. Did I miss anyone? Okay, thank you. Okay, item D, consent agenda. I need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Milligan.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second. Okay, any discussion? Okay. All in favor of approval of the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, item E, matters from commissioners. Commissioner Brennan, we can start with you.
Want to pass for the day?
Okay.
I will pass as well, Mr. Chair.
All right. Commissioner Murillo.
Yeah, I just wanted to say a couple of things. I don't know how many times I have to say this. I own a single piece of property in Edgewood. I don't have any financial, all my disclosures have been listed. And so I don't know where the idea is that I'm making money off anything. If I was making money, there'd be signs. Wouldn't be driving a broken down truck, that's for sure. Next, in regards to the JPA, obviously I was the only one to vote nay to that. And the reason I voted nay is because I brought up a bunch of questions. I believe in transparency, and I was being transparent, pointing out a bunch of things that I thought were wrong with it, and was hoping to have a renegotiation to fix some of those things. If you don't want me to ask questions, that's fine. If you don't want me to bring up things that I find problematic, that's fine. Regardless, I'm still going to do those things, whether I agree with something or I don't agree with it. I'm going to ask questions about it. I think the commissioners probably get irritated with me asking questions all the time, because I do ask a lot of questions. Anybody that attends knows I ask questions. So I didn't see anything inherently wrong with that about asking questions. Finally, the other thing to bring up, again, I just think it's a ton of miscommunication. I reached out to Mike yesterday, and he can confirm that. And, oh, so you're staying on? Great. We can move that stuff off the agenda. So these accusations that aren't founded is troublesome, especially with social media and things just flying around, you know. Lies tend to travel around the world before you can even get up and put your boots on. So I just wanted to caution folks. I think several of you have come in and have emailed me. A lot of you folks that came up here and spoke have talked to me. You can't say I don't dedicate time to talking to people. I spend 2, 3, 4 hours on a phone. You catch me in town hall, I'll be in the room with you for over an hour, as the previous gentleman, Mr. Smith. He can attest to that I talked to him for almost an hour. So I just find it concerning. Instead of just asking the person directly, you could just ask. And feel free to reach out to the town manager and the town clerk, and they'll just release my disclosures to everyone. You'll be sadly disappointed. There's not a whole lot on there, so it'll be a very quick IPRA if you would like. I guess you could post it on a website, just to save people the heartache of it. I don't know, whatever you think is appropriate. So that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, Commissioner Reel. Commissioner Taylor.
Hello. So first, the gentleman who quote-unquote challenged, I appreciate this room being packed, as I said. So thank you for everybody showing up. We the people. And the fact that I have, or that, not I, that we have individuals coming up saying they support flock cameras, and then we have individuals showing up that say we don't support the flock cameras, is the exact reason why I requested to have it put on the agenda. I want to know what everybody thinks. During the discussion, I'll give you my longer opinion on it, but I will preface that Chief and I sat on the phone 25 minutes to roughly 30 to go through its power and I'm going to call it a tool because it is a tool to you guys and the individuals who use it, but obviously there needs to be clarified with everyone. And then, you know, my opinion will be based on what your guys' opinion is on it. I have my own personal one, but at the end of the day, like you guys said, if 75% of you out there sitting there say we don't support it, well, then it's my obligation to not support it. So I wanted that discussion. That was why Flock was on there. Josh with Rhodes, requested him. I know there was some talk about church and other stuff like that. I think Commissioner Reardon and I, 2 months ago, sat through him and came up with a plan of which road. We selected 4 roads or 5 roads, each one representing a different district, so that way it was even throughout the board. So I just wanted him to come out here and give an update to all of you. And then my next favorite item, the budget. Misty and I sat together. I am a millennial, so I am good with computers. Also with my job, I do basically everything that needs to be done prior to a shovel going into the dirt when it comes to development for real estate. So we sat through, we went through everything. I did some new formulas and made it relatively easy. So next week, Wednesday or Thursday, roughly, we're gonna get it fully booked. Hold a workshop, and I am going to present my Excel spreadsheet, and I encourage everybody to be here, and we can go through divisional cost by divisional cost for all I call them general conditions within the town of Edgewood, show what the 25-26 fiscal budget was. I have original budget, year-to-date spends, did my projections for the final remaining 2 months because our fiscal year does start July 1st. Mixed in with our actuals, and then the variance that we will have per line item, which conditional formatting with red, black, positives, negatives, all that stuff. And we will have an expense tab to review, a revenue tab to review, and a fund recap to review. And I will have all that in an Excel format where I can sit there and type and present. So that will be posted for hopefully Wednesday, Thursday next week. And and that is all.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Just one additional comment from me in reference to what Mr. Abrams had stated. We did have, the JPA did go back and forth a few times, and I do believe the final version, we're waiting on a certified copy back from Santa Fe. Have we seen or heard anything back on that, Mr.?
It has arrived and you need to sign it.
Okay, I'll do that tonight. And it's all done on the Santa Fe side, correct? And
Yep, it's original copy from Santa Fe commissioners, and they're asking for wet signatures. So all your signatures and their signatures are original too.
Okay.
And then it will go to DFA along with 2 copies.
so all that's left is Misty and my signature, correct?
And
And
June.
our attorney. Okay, thank you. Very good. So, John, that's the latest and greatest on the, thank you. And- Okay, next item up, we have a presentation from Enterprise Fleet, and we'd like to limit that to 15 minutes, please, if we can.
I can be faster than that.
Okay,
Promise.
thank you.
My name is James Harris. I work with Enterprise Fleet Management. For those that aren't aware, we are within the umbrella of Enterprise Rent-A-Car and commissions. I'm going to, if you guys don't mind, I'm going to just speak to kind of everybody here, so I'm going to look back and forth. Sorry, can no one hear me? Normally my voice is too loud. Apologies. Thank you.
Hold the mic closer to you.
Can you guys hear me okay?
A little better.
A little better? Is that good? Okay, perfect. My name is James Harris. I'm the Director for Enterprise Fleet Management. We are a sister company of Enterprise Rental Car, which most people are familiar with. The reason that I'm standing here today is one of the things that we do from a fleet management perspective is help with the asset control of vehicles. And in the government space, this is a very popular topic because they are necessary vehicles. They typically do not see a significant amount of mileage driven though, but they are needed and they need to be safe and they need to be available for use when the community needs them. But they're also very expensive, so they add to the budget in a significant way. So one of the things that our team did in meeting with Edgewood was looking very specifically at the age of the fleet. And it's just a few things that we discovered as we looked through this was 25% of the current vehicles in use, there's roughly 40 in size between public works and police, are over 10 years old. So it's an aging fleet. That's in what we're seeing happen is there's more downtime, there's more of a maintenance and operational expense to keep these vehicles afloat. And because of the price of vehicles, especially in the light of the last 6 years or so, since 2020, they're very expensive to purchase now. What Enterprise does, and just as a side comment, I very much appreciate how packed this room is. I do a lot of these meetings. I do not see them this full, so kudos to everyone for being here. But what we really want to do is be able to refresh the fleet without adding to the budget. Your funds need to be spent somewhere else within the community. They should not be tied up into a depreciating asset that is a vehicle. So we take an Enterprise rental car model and apply that to scale to your benefit. No one has better purchasing power than the town of Edgewood and every other entity that operates off of government contract purchasing. So that's a great situation for you guys to be in. What we will do differently by offering our management support of this is determine the best possible life cycle of these vehicles. So what this would mean for Edgewood is instead of having an average of 10-year-old vehicles, we would switch that to an average of 5 years old. What's the difference that specifically takes place is our team will work to sell those vehicles and capture money and proceeds on the back end to help offset the purchasing cost of those vehicles. So we will focus on using the life cycle. The reason this makes financial sense to actually take into consideration is one, you can buy your vehicles for very cheap. So the town of Edgewood can buy a vehicle for less than the average person walking in off the street to a Ford or Chevrolet dealership. Well, that makes total sense. But when the town of Edgewood goes to sell said vehicle, they can sell it for the same price that said person bought it off of the street. So their difference between what they bought it for and what they can sell it for shrinks that down, so it helps us control that expense and makes it something where we can make this a little more budget friendly. The other thing that we will do is instead of purchasing those vehicles outright, is use a financing model that will allow to free up of capital funds to help with the budget in a long-term capacity. But really where I've seen this, just like a more perfect example of it, managing the white fleet, the public works vehicles, will really help if we can control those costs to fund when police vehicles are needed. Those are very expensive vehicles. There's significant upfit associated with those, and that that is a cost that there's not a strong resale market on a police vehicle that has then been decommissioned. So while the police is not necessarily in the initial proposal that we put into place, because we want to make sure they have control over the purchasing of their own vehicles, this should allow for the budget to open up if there are additional needs for police vehicles or anywhere else in the general budget. So just kind of a few quick things that I'll run through here. Our recommendation was to replace 14 of those 40 vehicles in the very first year. The capital budget expense would only be $115,000. And what that would allow us to do is reduce your fuel expense by about 24% by refreshing the fleet with newer vehicles and bring your maintenance expense down from an average of $164 down to an average of $100 a month. So the operational budget will decrease as some of the funds shift into a capital budget model. It will also add significant safety to the current vehicles that take place. A few just kind of quick statistics here. 5 of those 40 vehicles do not have electronic stability control. That is the most significant advancement to vehicles since the seatbelt as far as safety goes. 10 vehicles don't have rear automatic braking standardization, and another 14 do not have backup cameras because they were built before that became a standardized model as well. So adding safety to this is really something that we want to do, but we do not want to add to your current budget. The idea here is to turn these vehicles over faster, but keep the overall expense the same or reduced to, again, allow those funds to be used elsewhere. Clearly, there is a need for that. So that's sort of the last piece of this. What I will also say, though, just to kind of be clear, because a lot of people don't know, is Enterprise Rental Car and Fleet Management. We're a privately owned company. It's still a family-owned operation out of St. Louis, Missouri, and we are named after the USS Enterprise because we are a veteran-owned organization as well. So I live here in Albuquerque now. I moved here from the East Coast about a year ago because we opened this market for New Mexico specifically because there was an opportunity to continue to serve the market. So it is very much these particular settings where the benefit shows its opportunity of the money can be used elsewhere. It should not be tied up into the vehicles. So we're just going to help manage those assets a little bit differently. That's everything I have.
Thank you, sir. I did have one quick question.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned 5-year replacement. At what mileage do you typically replace or rotate the vehicles out?
So that's a great question because, again, your mileage is really less than your average person probably driving on the street. You guys realistically average about 6,000 to 7,000 miles driven a year. That is a part of the recommendation of you will actually make more money because there's less miles driven on this vehicle. So it works out to your benefit. But to your specific question is, it can vary. The 5 years is a general recommendation. We actually will have a team that is dedicated to work specifically with the contacts that are designated. And from a financial and an operational perspective of, we may say, hey, 5 years was what we anticipated. Financially speaking, we should run this another 1 to 2 years, and we would recommend a 6 to 7 year hold. Or we may say, hey, the resale market is extremely strong right now because there's a demand for used vehicles as new vehicles are facing challenges. And great example, Ford is having a lot of challenges producing new vehicles because they are having aluminum manufacturing issues because of plant fires that they've been dealing with. That would allow us very specifically to say, hey, let's sell that a year earlier than planned because it'll actually make more financial sense. So that it's going to be a moving target. Our team will put those recommendations in place. But for you to be selling a 5-year-old vehicle with 50,000 miles, that's actually not uncommon at all for our government clients. It's because, again, of the low purchasing costs, but then the high resale value of a lightly used vehicle, if you will. These are best practices from that rental car philosophy that we transition over, but it will vary a little bit. Because a police vehicle, if we were helping with those, that would be a 7 to 8 year hold at minimum. Though oftentimes they need to, there's a necessity where you have to replace those at that point. But for a general administration vehicle, somewhere in that 4 to 6 year range is kind of that sweet spot. And I wanted to be clear on that too, because there's a very actively involved community here, which I very much appreciate. I did not want people to get the wrong impression if they saw newer vehicles started showing up and being utilized. It's not a waste of funds. It's an intentional just shift of how those funds are being managed. We don't want to buy an asset and just run it for 10 to 15 years where it becomes a less safe vehicle. The idea there would be to leverage it financially to say, hey, we're going to buy it for cheap, hold it for a few years, and then sell it and recoup most of those funds back so we can apply that towards the next vehicle replacement.
Okay. One last question for
Yes,
the
sir.
benefit of the public. In reference to your monthly cost or your lease fees, is the cost per mile included in that, or is that calculated separately?
There is no specific cost per mile, so we are not saying of like, hey, it's not like a traditional dealership lease where you're buying 15,000 miles a year, whatever it is. It's actually considered a capital lease, so these are your assets. It is when we sell the vehicle at the end, all the proceeds from the resale come back to you. So there's not a specific per mile charge that's associated with that. But what you did bring up to mind is, I want to be clear on, there is no contract as far as requirement to use us for your services. We have a legal contract for us to do business with you, but we are a customer service-based company. The partnership with Edgewood would only stay intact as long as you guys wanted to keep doing business with us. We operate a little bit off a smile and a handshake, and we have to come back and keep earning your business by providing good strategic insights and support. Really, if we make this easy for you to use and it makes financial sense, we expect that the partnership will continue. As soon as one of those things doesn't happen, we expect that you probably will stop using us, and that's more than okay. So there's nothing legally binding you to continue to purchase vehicles from us or use our services.
Great presentation. Thank you very much.
No, thank you all.
Okay, item F, reports. Town clerk, treasurer, deputy manager.
Thank you, Commission Chair, Commissioners. A few updates for the Commission this evening and for the public as well. The town manager and I met with New Mexico Department of Workforce Solutions. I guess now they're America's Job Center of New Mexico. We met with them late last week, and we're talking with them about using some of their programs. So they have programs that are available to both government entities and private entities as well, but they can provide employee training where they would fund training for employees. They can provide things such as CDL certifications for the road department. They have youth programs. If an entity were to decide to employ youth, they can fund that, and they fund a portion of those wages. Similarly, there's on-the-job training programs, so if we were to hire somebody that requires some training to meet the minimum requirements for the job, they would reimburse us for part of those wages as well. And then lastly, we talked to them about, there's also a program for those who've been promoted within an organization that needs some further training. And so there is some opportunities there to work with Workforce Solutions to kind of offset some budgetary items, not permanently, but at least on a temporary basis with some training help and some reimbursement for wages. So we're going to do some follow-up meetings, both with Workforce Solutions and with the department heads here, to explore those a little bit more, kind of see what the needs are of the departments. But we wanted to let the commission know that those conversations are happening. We heard back from REDW this week regarding the FY24 audit prep. They confirmed they got all the documents that were uploaded to them. They had a few additional requests, so I'm working on those this week and next week as well, but that is still in full motion. Let's see. We also received an email actually I think it was end of last week. The DFA had made some recent changes to the audit requirements. They're no longer requiring resolutions from the commission acknowledging the audits and the findings. So that's a little change from DFA. So next time we come before commission, that'll look a little different. There's not a resolution required going forward. Let's see, we had, as a couple commissioners know, we had the DOJ come in person today to Town Hall to provide both OMA and IPRA training to the commission and to the staff members and advisory boards, should they have chosen to show up. We had great turnout from the staff. Again, we had 2 commissioners come in for that, but the DOJ did offer to come back and present the OMA materials to the commission as a whole during a regular meeting. Should you guys be interested in that, they could also do that for the planning and zoning commissions, et cetera, if it's more convenient to get better participation out of the 2 boards. So that if you guys are interested in that, let Manager Hamilton and I know. We can get that rescheduled with the DOJ to come out during a regular meeting. We have iSolved implementation still in progress. We are on track for the first paycheck in June to be taken over by iSolved, so that is going. We have trainings coming up for time clock training with the staff, things like that. One change to a process is that we're going to start requiring all staff members, including appointed, salary, hourly, part-time, doesn't matter their status, they're going to start kind of using the time clock just for a little bit more transparency and accountability and ease of payroll processing. So that's a change in process that's coming with this implementation. And then we'll also have the key staff members in HR and finance do training on approving those payroll processes before iSolved actually does the payroll run itself. We are continuing interviews for the grant coordinator position. We've had a few interviews so far. We're continuing to take interviews. We also have a meeting with Mr. Cog tomorrow. They've offered to provide some resources for the town in the interim of hiring a new grants coordinator. So we'll look at that. They're talking about providing maybe some interim grants work and support, but also some training once we do hire somebody. They're willing to provide some training for that position to help the success in the grants coordinator position. Lastly, Commissioner Taylor already mentioned it, but we're looking at scheduling that special meeting next week for the budget workshop. So I'll be working with the commissioners to check your availability for Wednesday or Thursday to get that scheduled within the Open Meetings Act requirements and get those posted as soon as we can. The agenda also notates that we have a couple new staff introductions. So we have a new Chief Procurement Officer who will be introducing herself. We'll also have a new administrative assistant who will be introducing herself. And then the last portion on the agenda will be turned over to Mr. Reeder. He has an update about the town website.
Good evening, everyone. First, I want to apologize to all our live stream viewers. We are down one camera right now, so I'm not going to be able to show the commission probably for the rest of the meeting. But on the website update, we are building a new website, and there is currently a survey available on the address on the screen, and I'll also show that to the live stream viewers. We're just looking for your input on what are the most important things you want the website to do. It's been up for a couple of days. We posted it on Facebook. We've gotten a fair bit of feedback, but we want as much feedback as we can on what is your priority for the new website. And also, we're doing this in-house. It's not going to cost you guys any extra money. I just want you to know that. Please take a few minutes to go fill it out, and we look forward to serving you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
And then Amber and Barbara, if you guys want to come up to the mic, you can do quick introductions.
Good evening. I'm Amber Sanchez. I'm our new Chief Procurement Officer. I'm a resident of Edgewood. I come from the state of New Mexico at General Services Department. I worked for State Purchasing Division prior to this for about 7.5 years, so I come with direct experience from procurement from the oversight agency, which would actually oversee the procurements for the rest of the state agencies. Prior to that, I have about 16 years of finance experience, and I've lived in New Mexico my whole life.
Thank you. We're really happy to have you. Thank you so much, especially with that wealth of experience.
Hi, I'm Barbara Prince Aviles. I am the administrative assistant. I am fairly new to Edgewood. We moved here a year ago, but I've been in New Mexico since 2019. We moved up here from Rio Rancho. I am a native of Colorado. My background is a lot in dentistry, from chairside to admin. So administrative assistant, and then I ended up being, whenever I moved out here from Colorado for my dental office, became their executive assistant. And then, so, you know, I felt like this position would be a great way to come and meet more people that I live around and all of you. And so, yeah, I'm happy to be here. And I love mountain living. I've always been a city girl, and very happy to be here. I like our own little tiny town. I live going towards Manzano Mountains, and I missed that about Colorado. So when I moved here, I feel like I'm a little bit of home. Not as lush, but a little bit of home. That's it. Thank you. I'm very happy to be here.
Well, thank you, and welcome to Edgewood, and welcome on board to our staff.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Chief of Police, Chief Frost.
Mr. Chair, Commission Chair, that too loud? Maybe that's loud enough, all right. I don't have any new business to discuss, but I do have a comment. Seeing all the people come tonight, I really do appreciate that, because whether you're pro or con about any issue, whether it's JPA, whether it's FLOC, and it could be any issue, the fact that we have the right in America to come and be pro or con is what it's all about. So I do appreciate it. So thanks, everybody, for showing up.
Thanks, Chief. Town Manager, Mr. Kelly Hamilton.
Commissioners, good evening. My first item, and this is the fulfillment of Commissioner Taylor's ask, is to have Josh Jantz from Roads come up and give us a report on what we're doing in roads.
Good evening. Well, I guess I just want to get started here. I know the big concern is the projects on Nugent Road and V Hill Road. The situation that we're in here for a couple weeks has slowed us down, but I did get the okay. And I did talk to HF Sinclair and everything for the oil and everything. And I do have that one scheduled for the second week of June to get Nugent Road chip sealed. And I'm hoping I can get V Hill done, and it'll be done the week prior to that. So I'm trying to knock them out here in the middle of next month. I'm gonna try to knock both of them roads out at the same time. Then we did end up, it was brought up and everything, we did get traffic counters. They are not cameras, I'm just letting you know. They just count traffic, and they are helping. It will help in the future and everything of deciding which roads to actually choose to chip seal, the major roads and more traffic. I had it, I tested it out on V Hill Road, and I had it from the 13th of, it was 4/13 to 4/19. But it was from the 17th, it was the 13th to the 17th, I put it on the south side of it to count pretty much all the traffic coming from the Torrance County side. And alone, just in those few days, we ended up with 2,400 people coming out of that road, in and out. Then I moved it 2 days, until the 19th, I moved it to the north side to catch everybody coming out of Kennedy Road and Fall Road and all that area. It all came out to 3,330 people just on V Hill Road, coming in and out to 66. So this will help us in the future to decide which roads we want to get done. So then after the V Hill project, I really would like to try to get Church Street done. Everybody, including myself, is tired of hearing of Church Street. I want to get it done, and so we're in the process and everything, trying to get the funds and everything to get the second low water crossing done. Then I'll take care of the rest. We will build that road up to spec, and we will have that road chip sealed. But it all depends on when we can actually get the second low water crossing. That's the only thing that's holding us back right now. And I don't know, you all have questions or?
Can we help with that water crossing? Like, what's the holdup on the water crossing?
It's, we're just, have to come up with the funds, and it has to go out for bid for that one. That's how the grants are, it has to go out to bid.
Has there been, okay.
We're going to report on it in grants,
Yeah.
Commissioner.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we haven't started like open solicitation with RFP process or anything?
We have not.
Okay, okay.
Okay. And we did, it's a little slow now water-wise, so we can try to get these roads compacted and everything. I'm down to one water truck as we speak right now. And so, but I'm hoping by the end of next month, both of them major roads will get done, so.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, Josh.
Commissioners, next I'm going to ask for James Reeder. We've got an exciting new text notification program coming on board, and he's going to report out on that real quickly.
Good evening again, everybody. Just another technology development we're working on. We'll soon have the ability for you to sign up for text message alerts to your cell phone for various different town events, emergency notifications, road closures. And again, this kind of ties back to the survey that's up there. There is an option for you to type in. We have some predefined options for you to choose from, and then there's one that says something else. And if you choose something else, that'll open up a field for you to type whatever you want in there. So if there's something you want us to alert you about through the text message system, please include that in your survey submission. And we're just waiting on the phone number that those messages will be sent from to be finalized and approved, and then that'll be live. And thank you.
Thank you, James.
James, can you please let us know the cost of that, to the best of your knowledge?
The site again is free. We're building it all in-house. We're gonna be paying fractions of a cent per text message that goes out, and, yeah, that's it. We have to maintain a balance above $10, and, once we get down to $10, it'll auto-charge to refill back up to a $50 balance, and again, it's just fractions of a cent per text message that we send out. So, it's minimal cost to the taxpayer.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Too late to make it on the agenda, but under my announcements, I'd like to introduce a new administrative assistant that we have in planning and zoning. Elise, are you available?
Yes, sir.
Hello, everybody. My name is Elise Taylor, and I just started this last week at my new position. So very happy in order to be here for our community. Any questions? Perfect. Thank you so very much. So I have been in banking for the last 22 years. As well, I come from Las Vegas, Nevada. I have been here in Edgewood for the last 12 years. And also, I am just so excited to be here in order to serve our community. Anything else?
Thank you, Elise.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
it.
We're happy to have you as well. Thank you.
Quickly, I did spend some time with one of the engineering firms today that we use and went over all the grants that are outstanding and kind of get my arms wrapped around those. As Misty talked about, we'll be getting Mr. Cogg's assistance with some of those since we don't have a grants coordinator right now, but we are interviewing for that position. And then my final item is Misty and I are coordinating some summer or late spring, summer vacation time. Some of them may be fall on a commission day, but we'll cover each other in the process, and we'll keep it in our weekly reports to you what we're doing. And that's all I have, commissioners.
Mr. Hamlin,
Stand
I
for
have one
questions.
question. Did I hear you say that you guys interviewed for a grants coordinator?
That's correct, commissioners. We have
Oh.
2,
Okay.
but we have not selected anybody yet.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, folks, we're up to item G, public hearing. And Misty, you're gonna have to help us with this.
Absolutely. So for the first item, G1, this is just a call for public hearing, so the commission needs to provide approval for staff to be able to post notice and publish the notice of public hearing. There is a title and a summary in the packet materials. The ordinance will have to be available in its entirety, the draft will have to be available in its entirety for public review when we post that. So we are working with legal counsel right now to make sure that that draft is finalized before we actually publish, but we do need commission approval to publish for a public hearing.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Brennan.
I move that we direct the town staff to call for the public hearing on ordinance 2026-00 Charlie, an ordinance creating the GRT Fire Service Fund, implementing the town's pledge of certain gross receipt tax revenues to support the town's payment obligations under the joint powers agreement for the fire suppression, fire prevention, rescue, and emergency medical services between the town of Edgewood and the county of Santa Fe, and providing for related matters.
Second.
Any discussion? Staff, did you have anything to add to that?
No, sir.
Support it. Okay, folks, please take the roll call vote.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Raridan?
Aye.
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, folks, one more step towards getting it done.
So the next two, Commission Chair, for item 2 and 3, you need to enter into a public hearing. This is a public hearing for the ordinances for both the fireworks restriction ordinance and then the fire restrictions ordinance. So you'll need to make a motion or have a motion to go into public hearing.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Milligan.
I make a motion to go into the public hearing for ordinance 2026-00A, drought-based fireworks restriction ordinance.
Second.
Okay. Discussion. Okay, please take the roll call vote.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Raridan?
Aye.
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Motion carries. So Commission Chair, the town manager has some information regarding this, and then if we have any public testimony, we'll need to swear them in at that time.
Okay.
Commissioners, I did do some research this afternoon or this morning on this. I just, for both of them, I would like to remind you all that we are in a current drought, and our current status is D2, and which is severe, and we're bordering on D3, which is extreme. We're coming out, according to the Weather Service, we're coming out of one of the driest springs on record, if not the driest, and there is no indication from NOAA that we have any sign of precipitation on the horizon. In fact, we're predicting below precipitation, and even more concerning are those straight lines of wind, those persistent wind patterns, that if we did get a fire going, it would certainly fuel it on. And finally, there's no good predictions out there that indicate that we are going to have a productive monsoon season at all in 2026. At this time, that course could change, but there's no predictions yet that that's a possibility.
So now we need to open it up for public comment. Okay.
So if there's anybody who wishes to make public comment or testify, if you would stand and we can swear you in, and then we can proceed. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, so help you God? Yes. Amen. So sorry, Mark.
Commissioners, I'm here speaking in my personal capacity as a resident of Edgewood, not in my role as town employee. I really just wanted to point out to the commission that in my research on looking into developing these resolutions, I learned that Edgewood is a wildland-urban intermix, not just an interface. That means we have dwellings as well as buildings that are structures within the wildland. So that adds to our risk level as well. And I think that's significant to recall as you're making decisions about this, especially when we have issues with fireworks coming up very soon. And further, that the resolution that's going to be required to keep this in play has to be renewed every 30 days rather. So this is step one. A resolution is step two, every 30 days during the time period that the fireworks restrictions would be in place.
Thank you, Ms. Burke. Any other comments? Okay, I see none.
If the commission has no further clarifying questions, you guys can adjourn this public hearing and go to the next.
Okay. Any comments from the commission? Staff, any further comments? Okay.
So we'll need a motion to adjourn this public hearing and go to the next, sir.
Okay. We have a motion.
Move to close the hearing.
Second.
Okay. We need a roll call vote to do that.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Raridan?
Aye.
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, last item.
Yep, so we'll need a motion to go into public hearing for the next ordinance on the agenda.
motion?
Mr. Chair, move that we go into public hearing for ordinance 2026-00 Bravo, an ordinance adopting fire restrictions, establishing mandatory court appearances, enforceable penalties, automatic red flag escalation, and emergency stage 3 restrictions.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay,
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Raridan?
Aye.
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, we open it up for public comments.
On this particular ordinance, I do want the community to be aware that it has an automatic red flag escalation in there. Why that is important in Edgewood, we don't always get 72 hours notice in order to publish an agenda to have the commission meet and escalate the requirements. I think that's super important for the community to know and to be aware of. It automates the process, and it allows for the commission to have fewer meetings in order to be prepared for emergency or more likely higher risk situations. The enforceable penalties that are in here, I think those are important too, because a lot of times people do not want to abide by regulations, and this has escalating clauses in that as well for repeat offenders. And I think that that's something that the community most likely would want to have some kind of teeth in an ordinance, and make sure that it does provide some kind of a risk abatement that amongst many other things that can be done in the community. So I encourage you to vote for it.
Thank you, Ms. Burke. Ms. DeMonte, we have to swear her in, correct?
Yes. You raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony which you are about to give will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do. Hi, Jean DeMarty. I'm going to say my neighborhood, Dinkle Road in Homestead. I think I live in the most patriotic neighborhood in the entire town of Edgewood. The fireworks start over a week before the 4th of July, and they go over a week afterwards. The entire sky lights up. I have to turn the music up real loud so my dogs don't hear it. And in every direction I look, I see fireworks. And so I really hope that you pass this, because I would like there to be a penalty for the people in my neighborhood who do set them off, because there's no trees and a lot of dry grass, and it's just too easy for a fire to start. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barella.
Okay, sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony which you are about to give will be the truth, so help you God?
I do. I've been waiting since 2017 for this. I think this is a big step, and I know Linda and I have talked about it. And what I would like to hear from the chief is basically, can there be an SOP that will guide the law enforcement officers, including the fire department, to enforce and issue citations? So I would like to hear the plan on enforcement.
Mr. Chair, Commission, so your fire department is county, and I can't give them a directive being operated from the county through Edgewood.
Okay.
If it's in Edgewood, so Mr. Marte actually just brought up, talking about enforcement. For enforcement, we as the police within the town of Edgewood, if we have an ordinance that states that fireworks are prohibited and we actually can cite on that, then the penalty would come from the court. So,
Right. And the penalties are listed in the state ordinance.
yeah, so.
And it's $500 a pop.
So let me give you a little example here too. So a majority of my career was in Ruidoso.
Yes.
And Ruidoso being, the fire community that they are, they have their own fire department, they have for years, and great fire department, but they actually just enabled them to start doing their own citations. The police will still come out, but they can actually enforce that as well. So I wouldn't have any jurisdiction over Santa Fe County doing that. We'd have to work together. They may have their own, but we'd have to communicate that, so.
I've pulled the ordinance from Ruidoso. And it's basically, it's what I like about it is that they're prohibited, period. And the citations can now, cameras, digital cameras your officers carry, that citations can now be issued via camera, via neighbor, things like that. And I guess why I'm pushing this is because, number one, the town receives no GRT, zero. But we have the cost of cleanup, right?
Sure.
So without any teeth, this ordinance will be a ghost ordinance.
So it sounds like the committee's gonna have to sit down. I can't create the ordinance. These usually come from the courts. So if I wanted to go change speeding laws, I can't, as a chief, go change the speeding fines.
Okay.
Those are typically kind of the same principle. I would have to go, it would have to come before the commission. We'd have to sit down.
Exactly.
Exactly what we'd have to do.
And it would be a SOP to the ordinance.
Correct.
And I think I've provided an SOP that Linda and I discussed quite a while back.
Yeah, and I think too, with the fact that you can go right over to the next county and they've got two major fireworks warehouses.
Exactly.
That's a huge problem. So,
And I appreciate the discussion here.
Sure.
And I understand that a first responder or a policeman, so on and so forth, and I've heard this from your predecessors, is that all the pushback on, they would have to see this going on, they would have to engage with the person that was doing the fireworks. There's beer, there's all kinds of things going on. So most police officers, there's no SOP, everything's all right. It's a lot of work. Sir?
it wouldn't necessarily be so much SOP. Those are just standard operating procedures. This would have to be a law. So,
Okay.
Yeah,
Can you help with that?
yes,
Okay?
yes.
So basically, on this ordinance, it'd be great to get it moving forward
Yeah, so it could.
and then be able to add an SOP so that the police officers know what tools they can enforce, as well as what neighbors can do about phoning, taking pictures themselves, drones. There's all kinds of technology that would help this.
No, I follow you, and I think anytime you have any of that evidence to back it up, especially video, and it's time, date stamped, et cetera.
Right.
And you can show that they're in possession of fireworks to the point where they're igniting them under a burn ban or a fireworks ban, et
Right.
cetera. And I think that's enforceable,
Right.
so,
Very good. Thank you.
yes, sir.
So if we can add that later on and put some teeth in the ordinance for a change. My last idea was basically, if I can't beat them, I join them. So it'd be great if Torrance County and Moriarty would put a 20% surcharge on all non-permissible fireworks. And basically that, typical customer will buy about $300, $400 a pop and put that 20% in addition to the GRT taxes they get and put it into a fund where animal control could update all of their facilities, because they have to do a lot of the work with the animals that they need to rescue. And they have, but it'd be a great source of revenue that basically, and it would put fireworks, kind of like drugs, out of reach.
Write that proposal.
And I know Misty from Torrance County, she's going, yeah. So anyway, thanks for the cooperation. And we'll see if we can get an SOP going. Great.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Barilla.
Do you again,
Again.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony which you are about to give will be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, please state your name. Sorry.
Oh, John Abrams. On page 29, give you a moment. Page 29, prohibited activities, sub B. The final item there needs to be clarified very, very, very carefully. It states that prohibited activities, and that bullet point is motorized equipment operation. Does that mean I can't drive my car? I think we need to define what kind of activity that is, because you have just created an ordinance. By the way, Chief, this is a law. It's an ordinance.
Where you at here?
I'm on page 29.
Gotcha. Which section?
I'm on section 3, sub B,
Okay.
prohibited activities.
Okay.
If you adopt this ordinance as it is written, you are prohibiting the population of the town of Edgewood from operating motorized equipment. Now, I could see a chainsaw being a bad thing to operate. I could see perhaps an ATV with a bad muffler being a bad thing to operate. But I don't think driving my pickup truck is a bad thing to operate, especially if I have to go feed cows. I mean, we've got electric vehicles, so is that a motorized vehicle? Is that considered a motorized vehicle that's a danger? So please be very careful here. I think this needs a little bit of an edit. Because what you are going to do with that statement is you are going to criminalize every resident of the town of Edgewood on any time that this is in effect. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Good catch.
We may want to add spark arresters to that if we're going to identify small engines such as the chainsaws or mowers or that kind of things. Weed whackers.
Hey, raise your right hand, please. Yes. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony which you are about to give will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Commissioners. Just a quick comment.
Please state your name. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Shelley Hutchinson, Edgewood. Just a quick comment about the fireworks ban. In case you haven't forgot, this year is going to be celebrated as America's 250th birthday, anniversary, whatever you want to call it, and celebrations are going to ensue. I'm not saying that I don't support a ban. However, what I am saying is that I recommend if you're going to head in this direction, then you need to provide the residents a celebration that's controlled with fire available, police, and some caution. maybe at Venus Park, might I recommend, if that isn't already in process, I don't know that. But if you don't give people a way to celebrate, and they do enjoy the fireworks, that's just the nature of people. They do enjoy the fireworks, and if you're going to take it away from them personally, then I think you need to give it back to them in a controlled environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comments? Okay. Misty, I did have one more question in addition to what John had mentioned there under prohibited activities. All construction and industrial activities?
So I think actually Manager Hamilton would be better to speak to this.
Commissioners, clearly we need to go back and look at those two items. I apologize for them making it this far, because that's not the intent of it at all.
May I make one suggestion? The title of that, if we're talking about 2026-00A, is primarily fireworks restriction, but we're talking about other type of restrictions in here. I'm wondering if maybe in addition to fireworks, we modify the title slightly to include those other items? Just a thought. Okay, that's all I had. Looks like Mr. Abrams has additional comments.
Since you haven't closed the public hearing, if I may?
Yes, sir, go right ahead.
The title of ordinance 2026-00 Baker is Fire Restrictions and Wildfire Risk Reduction Ordinance. So it's not just fireworks. We are talking about severe risk avoidance. Right now, if we went outside and struck a flint and steel in the front here, I bet you the fire would get to Moriarty in about 2 hours. So, yeah, outdoor industrial activity like welding. I do think you need to be specific, okay? By being too general, you might harm somebody and cause more litigation and less safety. So, yeah, I think your title is fine. I think there's a few tweaks in there. Might want to bring this one back with a few changes for tonight and move forward with it. But sooner is better than later.
Thank you. Mr. Hamilton, Misty, go back to that. I was looking at the wrong one. So we're good. It was captured right. I just didn't turn the page. Just disregard that. Thank you. Okay, any further discussion? Anyone else? Okay,
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Brennan.
On the item for Section 8, Stage 3, emergency fire restrictions, item Bravo, motorized equipment operations, I think what would basically need to be put there is not to include licensed personal vehicles. I think that might be able to cover what former Councilor Abrams was referring to.
Yeah, I agree. We probably need to look at that in a little more depth too. ATVs, UTVs, some of those are licensed now too, have off-highway plates on them. So we probably need to be more specific. Yeah, good point. Thank you.
And the other thing is also on page 28, equipment use, it does mention spark arresters.
Okay, good. Okay, any further discussion? Okay. We ready to close the hearing? Okay, need a motion to close the hearing?
Move to close the hearing?
Second.
Any further discussion? Not, please take the roll call vote.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Reardon?
Aye.
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item H, ordinance, resolutions, and zoning. Item 1, discussion and possible approval of ordinance 2026-008, drought-based fireworks restriction ordinance.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner.
I move
Brennan.
to approve Town of Edgewood, New Mexico Ordinance 2026-00 Alpha Drought-Based Fireworks Restriction Ordinance.
Do we hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay, discussion. Any further discussion on this?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Taylor.
I do think it would behoove of us to look up possibilities of doing a controlled celebration as well, if we are gonna do that. I think that's a valid point for America's 250th birthday. But, I just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I didn't hear what you said.
I was just saying, I think we should explore an option for the town to hold a 250th celebration from our independence of Britain.
That is underway, Commissioner.
Okay, cool.
Any other comments? Okay, if not, please take the roll call vote.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Reardon?
Aye.
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Item number 2, discussion and possible approval of ordinance 2026-00B, fire restrictions and wildlife risk reduction ordinance.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Murillo.
I move that we move this to a later date until we have time to go back and make all the edits. I've identified quite a few things as well that are
Second.
concerning. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay, we have a second. Any further discussion or comments? Okay, please take the roll call vote.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Reardon?
Aye.
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, item number 3, discussion and possible approval of resolution 2026-XXQ, proclamation and drought conditions and imposition of fireworks restriction.
Commissioners, if I may, as Ms. Burke mentioned, this is required to go along with ordinance 2026-00A to enact that 30-day fireworks restriction.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Brennan.
I move to approve Resolution 2026 XX Quebec, proclamation of drought conditions and imposition of fireworks restrictions.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, discussion.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Brennan.
as what was already been previously stated, this is basically the tag-along with the ordinance we just did approve, and would have to be reapproved at every 30 days. So we need to bring this back to the commission. I would recommend the first meeting of every month that we bring this back and discuss whether or not we are still within those fire restrictions, and if we are, to go ahead and renew the resolution.
And Commissioners, just to point out on the resolution draft, under, let's see, the fifth whereas, you will have to identify which condition exists that's going to allow you to enact this resolution. And then again, on the second page of that resolution, section 3 and 4 also identify areas that the commission needs to identify in their motion as reasons.
Okay, any further discussion? You mean going forward with this from the next?
So for this meeting, if the commission chooses to move and second and approve this resolution, you'll need to identify those items for this current motion.
Okay, I see.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Brennan.
I would then move to recommend that we check the box for severe drought conditions exist, as has been stated already, and check the box for fire danger presents a significant threat to life, property, and natural resources for this resolution.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Murillo.
What about section 4, geographic scope? We'll need to check that as well.
Yes.
And what's the recommendation of the town manager? Because I know you have experience with emergency preparedness and management.
Commissioner Murillo, would you please repeat your question again?
So we need to also check the box for section 4.
That's correct.
And what is your recommendation based off of your experience as emergency preparedness management?
My recommendation would be townwide.
And for section 3, what would your recommendation be?
Excuse me?
On section 3, what would your recommendation be?
Certainly, aerial, Commissioner, based on my research of the climatic condition and future climatic division, I think certainly that aerial devices should be under the right circumstances, but I don't know how we would define that. I would be a little more iffy on ground audible devices being prohibited, but and then I think display fireworks would be checked. If you were to not check ground audible devices, I would think that you would want to consider use in limited to paved, barren, or non-combustible surfaces only. I'm not a Warwick Fireworks fan, so I'm not sure the ground audible devices, it is my understanding of them, I think we could probably get away with them. But that would be my recommendations, if that makes any sense at all. What I'm most concerned with, doing my research with NOAA and some of that, are the direct line winds, which seem to be pretty sporadic this year and come up without too much notice, and certainly could come up during thunderstorm activity late in the afternoon or early evening. And so certainly the aerial devices and the display fireworks would be concerning to me. But then again, I don't know how we police and regulate that ground audible devices. I don't know how we would pull that one off as far as regulating it and policing it, to be honest with you. I would turn to the chief and see what he thinks on that one.
What was your last part there?
What's that?
I was looking at my note. What was your last part?
How would we regulate small ground devices on the ground in a barren area like the parking lot out here? I think we'd run up a lot of manpower trying to do that.
Yeah, you'd run into a use of a lot of resources, but then I think people are going to interpret things too as to what they might consider ground devices and maybe even elevate their own definitions of them, which has kind of been my experience. So I think you're getting into a can of worms on that.
Commissioners, that didn't help much, did it?
No, it did, absolutely. I believe if we look at the next two blocks, as Commissioner Brennan talked about, that might help us with that part of it. They couldn't do anything with ground audible devices if we restricted it to, it wouldn't be able to do it in wildland urban interface areas or high-risk fire-prone zones. And if we check the block fireworks use is limited to paved, barren, probably be manageable. A little bit more manageable, I should say. Any further discussion on this, folks?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Brennan.
sort of a point of order here. What we need to do first is go ahead and take the vote on the first whereas for the two, but we blocked, checked the severe drought and fire danger, and then we would go into another motion to go ahead and select the check boxes on section 3. And then we have to do the same thing for section 4. And then once we're done there, then we can, then we go to the, move to the vote for approving the entire resolution.
Okay.
We're kind of building it as we go.
I'm thinking possibly we could go through it as discussion, and then we would vote on each area like you said. So I think we've covered the discussion portion.
We
So-
have a motion already for, from Commissioner Brennan to move to do severe drought conditions and fire danger present. So we do have a motion on the floor for that currently.
Okay, do we have a second on severe drought conditions? Okay, any further discussion? Okay,
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Reardon?
aye.
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, we'll move on to section 3. We need a motion to identify which blocks we want to check in this area.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner
Before we,
Brennan.
I would recommend before we go to a motion, we just go ahead and get a consensus on the blocks to be checked, and then make the motion based off that consensus.
Okay,
And I am full agreement that all aerial devices would be prohibited, display fireworks would be prohibited, fireworks use prohibited within the following areas, that'd be the wildland, urban, and designated high risk. Definitely fireworks use is limited to the paved, barren, and non-combustible areas. I kind of agree with manager, the town manager, the fact that the ground audible devices are prohibiting it, that's going to be a kind of hard one to police. And if anybody else has another that they want to add in there, be a good time.
I'm good with that one.
So I guess the question would be to the rest of the commissioners is, does anybody have other restrictions they want to add? Then if it would please, Mr. Chair, if it would please the commission, I would like to make a motion for the additional restrictions to include all aerial devices prohibited, display fireworks prohibited, fireworks use and prohibited within the following areas: the wildland, urban, designated high risk, and fireworks use limited to paved, barren, or non-combustible surfaces only.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. Please take the roll call vote.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Reardon?
Aye.
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to section 4, geographic scope. We already had some discussion on these restrictions apply townwide.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Brennan.
I would move that for section 4 geographic scope, we check these restrictions apply townwide.
Second.
Second. Any further discussion? Okay, please take the roll call vote. on
Commissioner
this.
Brennan?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Reardon?
Aye.
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. We need to approve the entire documents now, correct?
Yep.
All right, so we need a motion to approve the, which one are we working off of?
Mr. Chair, the motion's already been made, we just gotta
Okay.
go, we just
Just
now
as-
go to the vote.
A roll call vote.
Right.
All right, thank you.
For clarification, who seconded the original motion?
Yeah.
Perfect. Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Reardon?
Aye.
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. So we should be on item number 4, discussion and possible approval of resolution 2026-XXB for Timony change request, change.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Murillo.
I move to approve Resolution 2026 XXV for Termini change request.
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, please take the roll call vote.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Reardon?
Aye.
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
On to item number 5, discussion and possible approval of resolution 2026-XXW for FY27 New Mexico DOT TPF application.
Commissioners, this one's going to get a little complicated, okay? We have the opportunity to apply for $1,750,000 for East and West Dinkle, 1 mile on each side, 1 mile on East Dinkle, 1 mile on West Dinkle. In my research, we have, and I've been working with Roy on this to get you further information, it appears that we've been working with 2 engineering firms on this. So one of them is BHI and one of them is Dennis Engineering. When I became aware of this today, I talked to Dennis Engineering because they moved the project along the furthest, and we could meet the May 31st deadline to apply for this grant if you approve this tonight. We would probably not, if you approve it. If you don't approve it, I probably can't go with the second engineering firm because there's no way to get the application done. But with Dennis Engineering, the application is essentially done, and they just need a resolution from you to go ahead and apply for it. The second option would be, which I don't believe we have time to pull off, would be to work with the second engineering firm, and that would be to apply for the whole amount of $1,750,000. The chances of getting that amount based on prior awards and information that District 5 personnel have already relayed on to us that they'd like to see this as a phased project pushes it back to Dennis Engineering a little bit, because they are prepared to do it as a phased project, have done some preliminary work. And so our initial grant application this year would be for $230,000 to do the planning and design work. And then it would probably be looked favorable upon when we came back next year to Mr. Cog to get the remainder of the funds to actually do the paving. Does that make any sense at all? And I stand for questions.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Brennan.
Manager Hamilton, so on this, what is the expiration of the grant money? Do we have, it has to be all spent in one physical year, or is it multiple years?
It would be the first year, FY27 would be the plan. So I think it would have to be spent in that first fiscal year. That first amount for the phased project would need to be done in FY27, and then we would move on to FY28 for the remainder of the funds to do the actual work.
And you said that was $250,000 for the phase one?
250,000, 230,000 for phase 1, and that would be design and engineering services.
And our cut on that would be?
It's a 5%. So out of, if you looked at the total project of $1,750,000, that 5% would be $87,500. If you looked at the total amount, and then, but if you only did the 230, it'd be 5% of that. So $12,000 probably, Commissioner.
Okay. And that would be able to fit within the upcoming budget?
I believe it would, with no problem at all.
Okay, thank you.
And the resolution, as you see it in your packet, will take some rewording with regards to dates and so forth, because this was a carryover from the last meeting. Please understand that.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Taylor?
so are you saying we need a plan for this for fiscal year 27, 28, or 26, 27?
So I'm sorry. The first one would be for FY '27,
Okay, so this budget coming up,
and we should be awarded, yes, we should know the award. If we get the application in on time, we should know. We won't know the award on this one, I'm confusing it with another. We won't know the award on this one till August sometime. So then we would look at the award, it would kick in the next fiscal year for the design and planning, and then we would reapply at this time next year for the remainder of it to finish the project, to do the actual work. So we're looking at a 2 to 3 year project, certainly.
no, I'm just thinking of the 87. So the 87 will be spread out over the course of 2 years, basically?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Would the 87 be spread out over the course of 2 years?
So okay, so no, it wouldn't be 87,000 the first year. It would be a percentage
Of what we spent that year?
100%,
So if it was
yes.
$200,000.
Not 100%, but 100% agreement, yeah.
Yeah, so if it was $230,000 for that, it
It'd
would
be 5% of that.
$10,500 that year.
Yes, sir.
And then we have the max amount of $87,500 over.
So 77,
Okay.
And Mr. Hamilton, you said this is a time-sensitive.
it is, Commissioners, we have to have the application in by the end of the month. And it's been rather complicated to work through all this. I had to contact the former grant administrator and then work also with a representative of Dennis Engineering today to get it ironed out. The nice part about it, Commissioner Taylor, because I can see your wheels turning, is that of the remaining 5% that we would owe on the larger amount, we would have another budget cycle to make sure we work that in.
No, I get that,
And the other option is to just not apply for it at all.
no, I think a 5%, us paying 5% out of pocket to get that work done is a benefit of the town. We have the reserve money, given my discoveries yesterday and what we'll have a workshop for later, that this money would most likely, I see, come out of our reserve funds. I don't think we can budget for that, so that is my main question of this 87,500 of when we would need it. If we only needed 5% of a 230K fee for fiscal year 26, 27, and we only had $10,000 out of pocket, that is extremely manageable. If it was 87,500 during fiscal year 26, 27, that's a decent hit. I mean, that's.
It is not in the budget this year.
No, I know, I'm just saying that's on a $9 million budget, that's that's just over 1% of our total budget, and we don't have a large budget as is. But I think it benefits the town to pull it out of reserves, which I know we have. Especially for the first year of being a very limited amount out of pocket.
Correct.
Okay.
Do we have a motion to approve item number 5, 2026-XXW for FY '27, New Mexico DOT TPF application?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Brennan.
I move that we approve Resolution 2026 XX William, a resolution authorizing the submittal of an application for the 2026 fiscal year 27 New Mexico Department of Transportation's New Mexico Transportation Project Fund, TPF.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Further discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Brennan?
on a project like this, it is really important that the project management team and the commission itself stay on top of what's going out and that we don't exceed the amount of money that we have already discussed, the $230,000 in the first year. We gotta watch this very closely.
Commissioner Brendan, your point is well taken, and as we change town managers, change staff, that sort of thing, this needs to somehow be concretized, so it's clearly being able to be picked up by the next administration and carried through, because too many times these sorts of things don't stand the test of change.
And I highly recommend a strong tracking program that anybody who walks in can sit down, pull it up and see, okay, this is exactly how much money has been spent, and this is how much money the town has to put out to go ahead and make their 5% match. That way, no matter who's sitting in the chairs, hopefully it's y'all that's out there right now, we'll be able to look at us as, okay, we're here on this, and be able to make those reports to the commission, and we can all keep close tabs on this.
Commissioner Brennan, that's absolutely one of the things we're facing right now. I mean, this took 6 hours of my day to even try and figure out what was going on here. And so you're absolutely correct. Point is well taken.
Definitely need good tracking tools.
And you did explain that very well. Thank you. So we have a second by Commissioner Milligan. Any further discussion, gentlemen? Okay, please take the roll call vote.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Raridan?
Aye.
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item I, new business. Items 1, 2, and 3 were removed, and we've already covered item number 4. So we're at number 5, discussion and possible approval of alcohol permits for the town of Edgewood, July 4th celebration at Venus Park.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Milligan, you
I'll make a
had the
motion.
draw.
I make a motion that we go ahead and approve the alcohol permits requested for the town of Edgewood for the 4th of July celebration at Venus Park.
Okay.
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? Okay,
Now, just real quick, Mr. Chair, I just want to add, not only but this and the other ones that they hold over there, brings a lot of people into Edgewood. Hotel usage increases, so it increases our lodger's tax that is coming to the town, and also those people are always spending, money all over there at Wildlife, and then Wildlife West.
That's the
Yes.
second one.
tongue twister.
Yeah.
We're on the second one first.
And Venus Park, I mean, these people who are coming to the town, they're also gonna be spending money at our stores.
Good point, yes. Okay, we're ready for the vote?
I didn't hear who the second was on that motion. Thank you.
Stephen, you're on.
Yeah, who's Stephen? Okay.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Raridan?
Aye.
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Item number 6, discussion and possible approval of alcohol permits for the Wildlife, here we go. Wildlife West Frontier Festival at Wildlife West Nature Park.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Murrill.
I move to approve alcohol permits for the Wildlife West Frontier Festival at Wildlife West Nature Park.
Yeah, you did a little better job at that than I did.
I will go ahead and second that.
Okay. Please take the roll call vote.
Commissioner,
Real quick,
No discussion, I'm sorry.
real quick, you need to change the name to actual Wild West Frontier Festival. It's not the Wildlife West Frontier Festival. It's held at Wildlife West Nature Park. It's not titled that. I just want to make
Oh,
sure
I
it's
see what he's saying.
Wildlife West doesn't sit there, or Wildlife West Nature Park is being accused of doing this event, not me.
Okay, is the permit categorized properly?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so we just need to make the typo.
Yeah, I just want to make
Yeah.
sure that's corrected, that's all.
Okay, thank you.
I don't want Roger coming over here and telling me off, because now it's making him responsible, not me. And you know, he loves to talk.
Not much, no. Okay, please take the roll call vote.
Commissioner Brennan.
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan.
Aye.
Commissioner Reardon.
Aye.
Commissioner Murillo.
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor.
No. No.
Okay.
Nay?
We have to change the typo. Point of order, or point of information. So if we had a motion for what was exactly verbatim, he came up and acknowledged the typo. We never made an amending motion to that motion to acknowledge the typo.
Okay.
Or am I wrong here?
You're not wrong. There was no amending motion, sir.
Okay, so we'll need a motion to correct the language on the agenda.
So the motion fails.
Yes,
And Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Brown?
on the actual forms themselves, it does say Wild West Frontier.
Right, that-
So it's just a typo on the agenda, and what we're approving is actually the documents.
copy.
I think just the question was, does there need to be amending motion because the motion said Wildlife West Frontier Festival?
Correct.
Just to be on the safe side.
I would rather do it to just be on the safe side.
Yeah, probably best to be
You
on
wanna
the
make
safe
that
side.
motion?
Best to be on the safe side.
You wanna make that motion?
I don't know how to word it, to be honest with you, now that we're at this stage.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Brennan?
move that we just change the wording from Wildlife West Frontier Festival to Wild West Frontier Festival.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I will second.
All right. Any further discussion? All right, good catch. Yeah.
Commissioner Brennan.
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan.
Aye.
Commissioner Reardon.
Aye.
Commissioner Murillo.
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Now we go back to the regular.
Now we have to go back to the original.
Commissioner Brennan.
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan.
Aye.
Commissioner Reardon.
Aye.
Commissioner Murillo.
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I challenge you to say that fast 3 times.
I know.
Okay, item number 7, discussion and possible approval of an updated finance manager job description and salary range.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Murillo.
I move to approve the updated finance manager job description and salary range.
Do we have a second?
I will second.
Okay, we have a second. Discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Murillo.
Just thank you, town manager and clerk treasurer, for getting that description figured out and getting the appropriate pay band set for that, because that was totally out of, it was just way out of range, so thank you for fixing that.
I second that.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Taylor.
question, Kelly and Misty. Have we had any applicants submit a resume? When do we foresee, well, obviously we haven't, but with your best projections, when do you think we could hire somebody?
It just really depends on the applicants. We'll get this posted. If commission chooses to approve this evening, we'll get it posted tomorrow. We're hopeful that we get applicants quickly. I know we've had a few people inquire about the position that know it's coming vacant and coming up for posting, so hopefully quickly.
Okay, and I asked this just because of us working with the budget right now, so payroll and under our general conditions to just notate this and account for it because
Yes,
obviously this year, so.
you got it, sir.
Any further discussion, gentlemen? All right, please take the roll call vote.
Commissioner Brennan.
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan.
Aye.
Commissioner Reardon.
Aye.
Commissioner Murillo.
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, item number 8, we already had some discussion on the flock camera system.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Taylor.
So I requested this on the agenda. Like I said earlier, Chief and I had a good conversation about it, and I define it as a tool, because it is a tool for you, or to you, in my opinion. And I wanted this to hear opinions, and the main driver to me bringing this up wasn't from a monetary value or anything like that. By listening to you, I didn't want to give you my like, I wasn't, I was hearing you during our phone conversation and listening to you just so I could form a more educated opinion, if you will. I do believe those who give up freedom for security deserve neither. In a digital world that our founding fathers probably didn't account for, with the metadata of every single document we create, AI, internet, absolutely everything. I mean, to hide your personal data and information is just, it's probably impossible. I mean, there's quantum computers that exist theoretically. And my main point of this was, I believe this is setting the benchmark at the bottom when it comes to security and government oversight. And what I mean by that is, from here on out, the country, because Flock is a nationwide thing, has set the precedence that this is the minimal standard. No matter your county, your jurisdiction, your municipality, the size of the city, the state, now this is the bottom of it. We will, just like a tax, this is never going away. And I'm going to use, and what I mean by that is I'm going to use 2011, state of Colorado. You know, I imagine it was from budget deficit, as most things are. Legalize marijuana. I'm going to let him mute it. Colorado legalizes marijuana, and then that tax revenue just blew through the roof. And then all of a sudden, it's like a domino effect. You see state by state by state slowly adopting it, medical, then going that. And I believe because it sets a benchmark, it just crap rolls downhill. And so from there, we go from weed, and then the state is like, well, what can we get next? Okay, well, let's go with psilocybin mushrooms. Then you get the state of Washington, you get the state of Colorado, you have, I believe New Mexico is looking at it. I'm not too sure, but so they are looking at it. And so, and the main point of this is to show that by us setting the standard right now of having only 6 Flock cameras posted at the main routes of our town to observe and to catch BOLO listed vehicles and stuff like that, we're now setting that precedence of, well, what's next? Well, I guess we can set up a Flock camera at the edge of a higher income neighborhood or whatever it may be. We could have them at these specific locations, and then the individuals, the people are, well, yeah, I'm okay with this because we have that with our vehicles. And then it carries on. Well, then what's next? What's next? What's next? And so I use the drug analogy of the states and passing marijuana, moving on to psilocybin, to going, maybe cocaine is the next good option. And I'm using that as an analogy for this tool and these cameras of, right now we have 6, well, what's the next bet? Well, what if we go with 12? And then what if we go 8? Because we will never go below 6 again. And so that is my opinion, and I please to everybody listening and tell everybody else, detailer at edgewood-newmexico.gov, if you can please send me your opinion, because that will base what I would like to proceed with, but that is my overall opinion of everything, and yeah, on the Flock cameras.
Okay, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Taylor, I can respect your outlook on that. I guess if you would indulge me first, has any of you up there, sitting there, ever been a victim of a violent crime or had a family member that is a victim of a violent crime?
No.
Yes. You're saying yes? Show me your hands. Which?
Yes.
Any of you? Several of you? Majority of you? Well, most of my people out here have left, which is kind of disheartening, because I would have appreciated a bigger poll here to see a hands. How about any of you out there that might have had a family member or yourself that might have been a victim of a violent crime? Hands. I'm sure there would have been more, probably, if people would have stayed. So, 2024, my cousin, 38 years old, Christopher Sanchez, Albuquerque, an up-and-coming mechanic, business owner, and he was just exploding in the automotive mechanic field up there. He owned JJ's Tire and Auto off of San Antonio, near Ventura. And he lost his life one night when people actually came looking for his two of his 2025, I'm sorry, yeah, it was a 25 GMC Denali 2500. He goes out to defend his property, takes his AR, and he was shot in the shoulder by two juveniles that were fleeing down the street on Adams Street. Unbeknownst to him, there was a carload of three that were hiding a little bit up the road with the intersection of Manal. So when Christopher took a shot, he went down on his knees, and he wasn't out, but he was down trying to get back up. One of the people in the vehicle came up and hosed him down with automatic fire and ended his life. So that happened in '24. So with that vehicle, there was a flock usage with Albuquerque and I believe Paragon, which is an up-and-coming police software that we will be looking at here pretty soon. All 5 of the people involved in that are in custody and awaiting trial. And that's pretty remarkable police work. So I know we have questions about what Flock is and what it isn't, and for the most part, it is a tool. Is it a surveillance tool? Yes and no. It's a camera. So it takes a picture of a still picture. They're not moving video. It's a still picture of a vehicle which provides your make, model, description, kind of a color, and a license plate. State versus Herrera, 2009, affirms that the motorist doesn't have a right to privacy with that license plate. Now, the information contained therein, sure, it could be confidential, but more often than not, all of that information is actually run by the authorities. So, Flock will take a picture of a vehicle at a camera location. It does tell you where the location of the vehicle is, where it passes through. The still picture, however, doesn't give you the direction of travel after that. Now, if it exits the town at a later time, maybe 2 hours, it'll tell you which directionality it would have gone, and it gives you a picture of that. So, for the right of privacy issue to be really an issue, most people that have their license plates run by the authorities don't even know that it's been run. And if they do know that it's been run, it's after the fact with a traffic stop, where an officer hopefully has the legal authority and jurisdiction and justification to pull that vehicle over, which is the way that we operate. However, Flock also has the ability to set alerts with those license plates to kind of correlate with another CJIS, a Criminal Justice Information System, AKA NCIC. So that NCIC system is really what's being manipulated. Now, we can get into the Flock system as users and administrators of that. So when we go in and we look at an alert, let's say it might be an alert where the license plate is associated maybe with a violent crime out of Albuquerque or whatever. It alerts that vehicle is in our jurisdiction. And it works pretty quickly too. So however quickly we respond to that, and if we can intercept that vehicle, then we have the opportunity to interact with that vehicle and possibly the suspect that it might be tied to. So if you get into Flock, which requires it's a 2-step authentication. So you have to log in, password, but then you have to have a code sent to your phone. So it's not like you can just get into it. When you get into it, you have to scroll down with a drop down. You have to have a litany of reasons that match why you're searching. If it's an alert, it pops up the alert, the actual alert. You don't have to search for it. And then you still have to take that license plate and manipulate it through NCIC. So NCIC is where all the information's contained. That's not in the Flock system. Flock just takes the picture. So, earlier, I wish he was still here, the female that actually talked about her son or her child at the bus stop. You know, I empathize with that because I at one point had, young kid, put him on a bus stop, or you just took him to school. But for her argument to have any weight, her son would actually have to have, her son or child, whatever, would have to have, or be a vehicle with a license plate strapped to it to be photographed. Or he'd have to be playing in the middle of the roadway, or as a vehicle's passing by. So, questions?
How long have they been here?
So, they started in the fall, but we weren't hard and online until February when the last one got erected and we went complete 100%. So we do have 12 cameras in 8 locations. And those locations are Williams Ranch, 66-ish, maybe a little bit past Williams Ranch. We have Barton, 66, and they also mentioned that it was by a school. Technically, yeah, it's around the corner from the school, but there's actually no surveillance of the school. It's east and west traffic on 66 by Barton. The east and west on-ramps on 40, the east and west off-ramps on 40, Dinkle near Horton and Dinkle near Quail Trail. Now, one might argue too, why are they that much deeper into the community? Now, technically, when we sat down and we were looking at the map for that, some of the crimes that occur, especially out here on graveyards, we have 2 officers on in graveyards. And to have those cameras as extra eyes or surveillance and the ability to put together a suspect profile based on that vehicle it's paramount for us. It's a game changer. So we do know that Dinkle runs all the way through. There's exit points that way. And to get out on Quail, same thing. So if the town grows, I don't know that I'm going to be here in, 5-10 years. My time might be done. I'm already in my 20th year. However, I would think that the town would have to grow exponentially to add more cameras. The amount of cameras that we have right now completely support exactly what we need for the types of crimes. We have a lead on it. So we talked about this before. We know, I kind of joke with Milligan about his white serial killer van, and we had somebody that actually had a van. They had a liquid container, and they had an apparatus, some kind of a magnet apparatus that they used to steal, I think it was 150, 200 gallons of diesel. It's like $1,000 worth of diesel over at the Marathon. Well, the van didn't have a license plate. So the flock cameras, going to the flock cameras to develop a suspect profile, served as no purpose. So they had a blocker vehicle though, which was a black vehicle with a tag. We did get a lead on that and we're still pursuing that. That vehicle came back to a residence in Moriarty and we're still developing on that. But again, that's another win for the flock system. So I won't squelch everybody's insecurities about it, and everybody's going to have their opinion. I'm not here to change it. But one thing I won't do is apologize as a law enforcement leader being innovative and bringing innovative tools to the town of Edgewood to protect the town of Edgewood. Sometimes when you get on and you look at Facebook and you listen to all the rhetoric and BS that I've heard, I don't read it, but the Nextdoor app needs to go away. It really does. Because it's fear-mongering. And what people are learning about, and the negativity is just atrocious to me. So what people are learning about flock, it's kind of a offhand comment, and then they run wild with it. So it doesn't serve me, much good when I'm trying to do that, but I'm not going to apologize. I know you're a veteran, I wouldn't ask you to apologize for being a veteran. And I know you stand proud of what you did, and, thank you for your service. At the same time, though, I'm not gonna apologize for being that innovative law enforcement leader for the town of Edgewood.
So I'm not looking for you to apologize by any means.
No,
The
it's
whole-
just my comment.
No, I got you. And so the whole point of what I wanted to get out of this was a different perspective of opposing view, of your view. At the same time, more information on your view and what the flock system is. So
Mhm.
that way, again, like I said, I encourage everyone to email me, dtaylor@edgewood-newmexico.gov, to give me your opinion. So that way now
Sure.
I have both sides, and there's an actual educated opinion. It's not someone random on Nextdoor saying this or that, and then monetarily, we could discuss that at a later time. So
Yes, sir.
Right
And
now, I just wanted the information out so people had actual information and can form an educated opinion.
Yes, sir, and with that, amazingly, Jean comes to visit the PD, and, she's inquisitive. She likes to see how things operate there. She's done ride-alongs. We extend a lot of things to the public to come out and look. If you want to come and you want to see how it works, schedule an appointment. We can give you a 15-minute tour of the flock, show you what it is, what it isn't, how it works, how we still have to utilize another CJIS in order to get the information out of it. So it's not an end-all, be-all. So, and it's not video surveillance, it's not a speed camera. I'm not a proponent for speed cameras. I just learned that my former community decided to go with speed cameras, and I think the information was flawed that they received to get it. However, I would never deprive anybody their ability to go to court or to have a choice, rather than you get a ticket in the mail, and if you don't pay it, you disagree with it, because when you get it in the mail, it's not criminal. If it's not served by an officer, it's not criminal. And then if you don't pay it, and you basically tell them to F off or whatever, you end up getting it attached to your credit. And then you gotta maybe dispute it through credit. So you'll never see me support speed cameras.
And that kind of goes with my point. And
Yes, sir.
We could use Denver, Colorado, who just implemented the speed cameras where they time based on a set distance and the rate of speed. They can measure how fast you were going plus or minus over the speed limit. And that's what I mean on my opinion and my view on setting the benchmark here is that next? And then what's after that?
Exactly.
So that's
And I
my
understand
point of
that.
view. So, yeah, other than that, that's all I had. I just wanted a discussion like this to get it out.
And real quick, if I may add just kind of an additional, Senate Bill 40 came out February 26. Senate Bill 40 is another measure of protection. So it restricts law enforcement agencies from putting cameras up, whether it's near certain healthcare, abortion clinics, things like that. We aren't sharing information with immigration services, ICE, things like that. We have the ability to set our parameters on how long we keep our information. Ours is a 30-day. And right now, Flock, I'm telling you, it's a game changer in creating leads. And the only people that are affected by it are the people that are tied to criminal activity. So any one of you that doesn't have a major warrant, anything like that, there are no alerts from your license plate to local authorities. I understand that Moriarty just got theirs, and those are up and running. And I think with New Mexico, and that's another thing, Senate Bill 40 is actually kind of prohibiting what you do with out-of-state agencies and entities like that. And then it's going to request a report, a very comprehensive report, for sharing that with out-of-state agencies or with federal agencies. So we're not doing that. We don't want that extra work. But I think sharing it with New Mexico entities in the proximity, absolutely. So think about that. Look at Trooper Hare, who was gunned down just from helping a motorist. And if they might have had some kind of a flock alert at that point, that would have been a different interaction probably. So.
Thank you.
And I'll stand for any questions anybody has on it.
So Chief, I did have one question. I want to say that public comment typically goes around misuse. So could you please explain for the crowd the case number, how that works, and probable cause, and give people a little comfort in knowing how we manage that?
Sure. So, of course, you know, you look at this guy sitting next to me, IT, you know, and he understands everything with logging in, first of all. So everybody has a user name, password at the PD. That is encrypted with a second authentication. It could be a text message to your phone, could be maybe an email, however you set it up. So for it to be actually misused, now you gotta have, once you get in there, if I had my other phone, I could give a demonstration on the screen. Once you get in there though, there's a drop down and you have to give a reason as to why you're utilizing it. The reason comes first, and then it could be anywhere from a DWI investigation, missing person, silver alert. There's a litany of reasons on there. And then you actually search for certain date, certain time, and then I think you can get in there and you can actually change the demographic for a specific camera, specific location, or it might just do all of them. So for the misuse of it too, that could be, now let's say, because it's happened, you get officers out there that they might find an attractive person and they're running their license plate just to see who he or she was and maybe where they live. That is misuse, absolutely is misuse. But typically, if that camera is a specific camera by a certain officer is utilized over and over again, maybe within a certain time, that is going to trigger some misuse, and then that misuse gets reported. And then, so if you have a case number, let's say you have a case number, again, with the stolen fuel, and then you can associate that case number with your search as well. And so it allows you to search, but then again, the information has to be manipulated through NCIC. NCIC is also logged as well. It's all logged and auditable.
Thanks, Chief.
I got one more question, sorry, Mr. Chair. Say a BOLO did pop up, is there a response time?
Depending on manpower, resources, what the call volume might be. So some warrants aren't as important as others. It might be a traffic warrant. I mean, it would still alert you. But typically, if you have, say, a BOLO for something that maybe a violent crime, it could be a murder, it could be assault deadly weapon, but it's associated with that vehicle, depending on what the officers are doing or how quickly they can get to it. But it's pretty quick.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Murillo.
Thank you, Chief, for that information. Me personally, I support the flock camera system. I know there's a lot of concerns about privacy, especially photographing the vehicle or the license plate. I think the license plate is very similar to a bank account.
Sure.
Right? You do have a certain level of confidentiality, right? But there isn't ultimate privacy, right? How do they go after the mafia bosses, right? How do you create those RICO cases, right?
Israel.
So there is a certain level of confidentiality, and it sounds like there's a lot of procedure logging in into multiple systems, case numbers, building a case, right? It's not just one and done, right? You have to get in there and actually do some work. It's not a matter of the AI and computers handling it all. The other thing I think is important to understand is, for me, and because I had this conflict originally, but I thought about it, and I think one of the things that's interesting is my mom bought a new car. That thing has like 40 cameras on it, and it's all connected to something, and you can jump in there and look at all kinds of things. I mean, Teslas are already doing it anyways, and so I think if the concern of privacy was there, you would really have to make sure you're getting yourself, you know, probably in early 2000s, maybe a 1990s vehicle with no OnStar, no cameras, no computer system. I think that's important to point that out. And then the other thing I think is interesting too is a lot of the crime that is in Edgewood is not Edgewood residents. Is that a correct statement? Most of it's coming from outside of
Majority,
Edgewood,
correct.
especially with I-40 being such a quick
Yeah.
escape route.
Correct.
Quick entry route, a quick escape route, especially when you think about the major businesses that we have here, and how quick it is into a community, right? The other thing I think, and this is just a story just to share, but I do know that there was a silver alert, and this was before the Flock system. And our guys were helping somebody that didn't know where they were. And the fact that they were from the other side of the state looking for their house. I think with the Flock system and that car rolling into Edgewood would have been a nice, been a much quicker way to get that person into the right hands, to notify the family quickly, hey, you gotta come get her or him, and really help out with those kinds of things, everything from a silver to an amber to serious, you know, violent crimes. And I think too, at the end of the day, one of the things I think about is just creating eyes, right?
Correct.
I know in the ordinance there was a talk about eyes and people taking pictures from the yard of neighbors and stuff, and so it seems like it may be hypocritical to do one thing but not another thing. And I think with law enforcement, especially the size of our department, one, we're creating more eyes, so we're creating, it's another tool. Tools aren't inherently evil or bad, right? It's how they're being used. And I think with the right structure and how it's been set up with the multiple logins and the authentications and building cases, and the fact that it doesn't stay on there for longer than 30 days, unless it's an actual case. I'd imagine a case stays on for longer than 30 days, but if it's not tied to anything, it's wiped out.
Sure.
And so I think, and I agree with you, Chief, I think having it interstate makes a lot more sense than across state lines. And just for the record, I'm not opposed to Flocks being used for ICE agents. So that's just my personal opinion. But I know New Mexico legislature already passed a bunch of things to prevent that anyways. So that's just my opinion at the end of the day. And I think it is a good tool. And it's the same difference as a gun, in my opinion. It's not inherently evil. It's not inherently good. It's who's the user and what's the safety protocols that are being put in place. And me personally, I think having Flock cameras near schools make a lot of sense to me. Having them near bus stops make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
God forbid you leave your child to catch the bus, and especially in this day and age, you know, when I was growing up, you don't get into strangers' cars and you don't talk to strangers online. And now it's, you talk to strangers online and you get into strangers' cars. And an entire generation of youth are being trained up to do that and to see that as being normal. And so I think having that as a system where hours matter, right?
Yep.
Oh, the kid didn't show up to school. Why not? Oh, they weren't at the bus stop. I dropped them off at the bus stop. And then you can go back and start looking at the license plates. I just don't see how that wouldn't be of a benefit to the town, especially when we have those procedures in place. And I'm fairly confident, Chief, I know you and me have talked about this, there are consequences for abusing the system.
Correct.
And I know you and the men that you have, men and women under you, and the main thing is integrity. And I know you hold people accountable for that. And so that's why I feel very comfortable with it. And obviously I believe, you know, SOPs and all that is always a good thing to have. So that's something to fall back on and make sure. But at the end of the day, I do support the Flock system. So thank you, Chief, for rolling that out and making it a tool. And I definitely would look forward to the report afterwards to, I think it was a 2-year deal.
2-year deal at $31,200 per year, so.
So I'd
Total,
look
total
forward
cost 62.4.
I'd like to, you know, I think at the end of the 2 years, I'd like to see all the, because I already know it's working. We've talked, and I already know it's working and doing a lot of work already.
Sure.
And so I would look forward to that report, and I think the community would be happy with that report, because, like you said, majority of the crime's not here in Edgewood, the citizens committing it.
Mhm.
Majority is folks outside of Edgewood.
Yes, sir, and I think with that too, being on that interstate type of line with it, so if we had a vehicle that committed maybe a violent robbery at Walmart, got on the highway, we didn't catch it here, we got a vehicle description, we were able to find it on Flock, then we can kind of flag it for other agencies that have the Flock. And basically, you can track the movement through Flock, and it could be intercepted by state police. If it went down, you know, the interstate towards maybe Los Lunas, it could be intercepted by that. So that's pretty unique in actually making an apprehension for those types of crimes. And again, too, you know, if you think there's zero facial recognition to it, you would probably be surprised at the surveillance that Walmart has. So when we go to Walmart, we get these shoplifters. They have such amazing software over there. It's facial recognition software. So any of you in the public that go over to Walmart and have committed a crime, they have the ability to tag and imprint your face. When you come back in and you've already been given a criminal trespass notice from there, they're able to get that facial recognition alert, have an officer dispatched for a criminal trespass violation. And so think about it too. Think about with Google. How many people's homes are on Google? And if you're a creeper, you know what? Maybe you get an address of somebody, because none of that stuff is hard anymore. Information is out there. Then you develop a profile. You can get a vehicle description of someone. Maybe there's 2 vehicles. You can learn a lot by that. So I think there's more invasions of privacy with Google and other things than there is with a Flock camera.
Mr. Chair, just sorry to prolong this, but I had like one more follow-up. Obviously, there's fail-safes to basically our nation of the legislative, the judicial, and executive branches of government have an equal power and all that stuff. And right now, there's trust in you to oversee and manage your officers to be doing the right thing and not have misuse with the Flock system as it currently stands. How is there a way, and or how could we, if, you know, obviously this day or whatnot, could we implement some sort of fail-safe if it's like a quarterly report of misuses versus actual good deeds done by using the system, to have a fail-safe in the future when you yourself aren't in that chair, somebody else is in that chair, and they don't have maybe the trust, the level of trust that you have?
And that's a good question, and I think that would, that falls back on the Flock system itself. And I think if, fall back on that individual too, that is appointed in the, as a predecessor, you know. But I think Flock does a good job of implementing those reports and things like that. And hopefully down the road, when another chief comes along, they adhere to that integrity as well. But the systems and the tools are in place with the software, so.
We'd like a phone call later. Sometimes we just talk more about that.
You got it, yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Taylor, for bringing that up, Chief. Great information. I would consider this a public SII, special interest item. And I think we were able to express how this works tonight in detail. It'll be very beneficial to everyone. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, anything else on that subject, folks? Okay. Moving into item J, closed session. I need a motion to go into closed session.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Murillo.
I move to enter closed session to discuss the listed exceptions on the agenda.
Okay.
Second.
All right, any discussion?
Do we have to wait for Commissioner Milling?
You still have a quorum.
What's that?
You still have a quorum.
Oh, okay, sorry, new here.
Question? Okay, please please take the roll call vote.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan stepped out. Commissioner Raridan?
Aye.
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We're in closed session. so. Okay. We need a motion to return to close.
Chair, I move that we come back in open session.
Second.
Clerk, please take the roll call vote to return to regular session.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Reardon?
Aye.
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, Commissioners, so affirm all the items listed on the agenda for closed session were discussed and no decisions were made. I so affirm.
I so affirm.
I so affirm.
I so affirm. I so affirm.
Okay, number 2, action on closed session items as needed.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Brennan.
I move that we direct the town manager to work with legal counsel to advise and assist on water rights agreements.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, clerk, please take the roll call vote.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Commissioner Milligan?
Aye.
Commissioner Reardon?
Aye.
Commissioner Murillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Taylor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, moving on. Item L, future meetings. May 26th, regular commission meeting. June 9th, regular commission meeting. Future events, story time Wednesday morning, 11 a.m. at Edgewood Library. May is dumpster days, Saturday and Sunday, May 16th, 17th, 9 to 3 at Edgewood Roads Department, 20 Municipal Way. C, library scavenger hunt, May 19th through the 23rd during library hours at the Edgewood Library. Movie matinee Saturday, May 23rd, 12 to 2 at the Edgewood Library. Edgewood Carnival, Friday, May 29th, 5 to 10 p.m. and Saturday, May 30th, 2 to 10 p.m. and Sunday, 31st, 12 to 5 at Venus Park. Also, the second weekend, the Edgewood Carnival is on Thursday, June the 4th from 5 to 9 and Sunday, June 7th, 12 to 5 at Venus Park. And summer reading event, New Mexico Office of Archaeological Studies, Thursday, June 4th, 11 to 12:30 at Town Hall Commission Chambers. Sunday reading event, Amazing Adrian Magician, Thursday, June 11th, 11 a.m. at Town Commission Halls. And last, summer movie night, Friday, 12 June at 7:30 Venus Park. Final commission by commissioners. Final comments. Any final comments?